So these titles for now. I'll relabel them later. Perfect.
Say that.
Hey, I went and corrected all kinds of typos the other day on there. So, like, last session I labeled it "Don't watch this," but actually said "Don't what this" because I was that tired last
Don't
session.
want it, dude.
Don't want this. You don't want
What?
this.
You don't want this.
What?
You don't
I
want.
don't want it.
You don't want this, dude.
My queen. I don't want.
You just have that old lady looking, what?
Oh yeah, and I fixed a couple spells that were not working right. So Jupiter hit Healing Word, dude. See if that works. Also, you're probably set to only GM, but look at that.
Oh, yeah, it was. But that's tight.
But
Now
it
I don't
works.
I don't believe
Yeah.
you guys. Dude. It doesn't even work.
There you
That
go.
should work.
Which one of mine didn't work? Was it better?
I couldn't remember, and I think I fixed it like a couple sessions back. But
I'm just finding out real quick. Okay. Hold on.
while you're clicking them spells,
Everything works.
perfect. Yeah, I think I fixed your character sheet up, so it should be good. It's so weird. Roll20 is so often just like one little bug. I'm just like, what is wrong with you? And you just gotta tweak it, and it's good. So, all right. So we were just talking about when you guys had rested before going back into the Goblin Cave to investigate the sarcophagus that you climbed down inside of.
Yeah.
Now, there was a vest and there was a necklace,
Yeah.
and I was giving you guys the opportunity to retcon and say that in addition to resting, you guys would have spent time attuning to them. Because typically an attunement is just a short rest, like 30 minutes to an hour to attune to something unless otherwise specified by the item. Sometimes items would be like, takes 3 days to attune. Usually about 30 minutes. So, do you guys want to have both attuned to these things?
Yeah, if I put it on, I
Yeah,
would have
for
attuned
sure.
to it.
Cool. Do you guys mind if I publicly put in what they do, or do you guys want it to be secrety?
I would rather I know and then share.
Okay.
They're both okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't think I would let anyone know either, unless.
Well, don't look at the stream. I'm joking. You can look if you really want to, but spoilers. All right. Did that seriously just do that?
Yep, it did.
Awesome.
Dude.
I fucking hate that. If there's
It's
a
nasty.
Well,
if there's a return, just so you know, if you're whispering and you have like an enter in something that you paste into a whisper, it's gonna be 2 separate messages, and the second one is not gonna be a whisper.
so you might as well just go ahead and post mine too. To be fair.
You know, have you guys already read it?
Yeah, I did.
Well, erase your mind.
I thought it was. I thought it was for me.
Look into
Yeah.
this device real
Started
quick, dude.
reading it.
I always
And I was
forget
like-
that's a thing. I always run into it like, so frustrating. Anyways, the quirky little things of Roll20, which makes it so charming. And then
Does it
that's-
tell you if it'll split it into two?
No. Not at all.
Maybe we should.
Okay, and I'm so tired right now, I can't remember if it, I mean, normally tuning to it doesn't just tell you what it does, but I'm not stickler about
I
it.
mean, we can.
And Yakasame probably spilled the beans at some point randomly talking about what they did, so that's fine.
Do like that.
Cool. So that be what those do.
No, I just got to figure out how to put these in my stuff. It's been so. Why do I have so many bugs?
So in your character sheet,
Yeah.
let me have to open up Warthon anyways.
You said, how far back are we redconning?
You guys are outside that second black door that you found?
Okay, so I have already used my ice orb. Cool.
Yes.
My spells though should all be full.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
I think you guys have
all
all
of
your
ours
spell
are.
slots, and yeah, I put your health back up to max.
I think he used augury
You did use augury, yeah.
twice.
And I think Jupiter, did you use augury once? Yeah, you did.
I used it as a ritual, I believe.
Okay. So if you want to add that item on your character sheet at the middle where it just says item name and there's a big list of shit, I'd add it there under equipment.
Okay.
If you don't want to have it there, you could also put it on that right side for features and traits, but I usually put equipment under the item and equipment section.
I just have to find it.
It's all good. It's directly under, like, if you go middle of your character sheet on core, and there's like hit points,
Yeah.
temp, keep going down. You got your weapons, keep going down. Global modifiers, keep going down. They have a list of items, and then you just hit plus on that.
Yeah. So do I need to enter that manually?
Yeah. That's a manual. That's a custom item. It is not a
Oh,
vanilla
okay.
item. From what I can recall. And then any other housekeeping before we jump into intros and where we were at?
Where do I put the information for it?
So if you make a new item, you hit plus, and then you like can type in the word, and then on the right side there's like this little tiny circle with an eye in it. If you click that, then there's a big dialogue box down at the bottom. That's where I'd paste all the details.
Got it. Okay. I didn't think that was an actual dialogue box.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll make it a little more intuitive later, but that's what they have for now. Kind of weirds me out that they have all these blue check marks for like skills and proficiencies and stuff. Like the rest of the character sheet's all like gray and black and red, and they're like
And
blue.
then blue. I know.
Fuck it, blue. I mean, it helps you find what you have proficiency with real quick, but like, who needs that? You can just read the numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
So, okay, guys. Okay.
And last time I hopped on, it was the first thing I noticed. I was like, oh, blue.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright. Cool. Any other housekeepings or anything that we'd like to do before we jump into it?
No, we're good now.
Alright. Well, future me probably editing this, we're all super sleep deprived, but we're going to have fun anyways. And if we stop having fun, we'll just stop and hang out. So,
Yeah.
where we left off, the party has acquired a few new magic items after haggling with the newly crowned goblin commander. He was a shrewd negotiator, as much as a goblin can be. They rested a bit, and they sent Cleovad with the small high elf girl down to the village on the back of Cleovad's horse. He says he's totally got this, and he's even equipped with a couple new weapons, because he's so fancy. Winter, Awarthon, Yakasami, and Jupiter went back into the Goblin Cave, kind of the break of dawn, and decided to crack open the sarcophagus yet again and go down the stone staircase to see what is at the bottom. Once they arrived at the staircase, at the base of it, they came to a black door, which they were a bit spooked by, but then they went ahead and pushed through into the staircase regardless. Well, that's concerning that some of my dynamic lighting has moved. Oh well. We don't need that. Is that even on the dynamic lighting layer? Sorry. Running into weird things. Oh, it's on the GM layer. I'm just going to delete it. Doop. So they came to a a archway with kind of a black, foggy, smoky wall. They were all able to traverse through it without any issues. When they came through, they came to a crossway where there was 3 different paths they could choose, each with different stone carvings into the walls. One of them was one with violence towards dragons, another people like riding dragons, and another with people warring with dragons. So far, they've selected one pathway out of all the multiple options as they've traversed through this maze. The corridors of this maze are narrow, about 5 feet wide, 8 feet tall, and all of them adorned with these intricate carvings. They've discovered that the carvings seem to have been at least made by dwarven hands, though the style of art is not classically dwarven, almost like it has influence of many different races. Where our party is now is deep within the maze, after picking path after path, so far without consequence, as they come up around a corner and find yet another archway with a black veil obscuring it. So, any other stuff you'd like me to add into the recap before we jump into things?
No, I
does.
think we're pretty good.
Cool. Another portion I guess should have done. Hi, I'm Gats. I'm the GM for this session of Bane of the Ancients. And let's do Bamboozle, Jay, then J-Buck.
Hello, everyone. This is Bamboozled. I will be playing Winter Frostscar today.
I am Jay, and I will be playing Jupiter Tarragon, the Grave Cleric.
I am Jay Buck, and I'll be playing Yakasami the Warlock.
Thanks, guys. And as the GM, I'm currently controlling our wonderful NPC, Awarthon. Perfect. Unless he dies in the next couple minutes. We'll see. So, I definitely got you guys out of order here. I believe it was Winter, Jupiter, Yakasame, then Awarthon. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, let me bring you guys to where you are. Bloop. And I did move the players there. Perfect. So, we rewound quite a bit to where you first come across another archway with a black veil. What do you do?
What the fuck? I just heard the loudest
Another
bang in
one?
my life.
Oh.
No, yeah, sorry.
Hmm.
Someone in my
Motherfucking
house just fucking like dropped some big ass thing in my house, and it just went boom.
Rocks fall, party dies. All right, good game.
GG.
Wow, that was quick.
All right. You need a minute to go investigate?
Yeah, give me like 30 seconds just to make sure.
It's all good.
And we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah. Good session. Cut there. That'll be an episode in and of itself when I edit this down the road.
Yeah, filler episode right there.
I have to have some other like side campaign that we do sometime that I'll pan over to, like Master
Yeah.
Roshi on this fucking island. Just the most filler. He'll be talking about like, oh, they're in that cave. I wonder if they're gonna make the right choice. Oh, I don't know. No one's ever
15
come out of the
episodes later.
cave. Yeah, 15 episodes later, they get to talk again. And this is to go further, beyond into this maze.
Each black veil we get to.
Yeah. Well, for the stream, I'll at least turn on dynamic lighting while we're waiting, so you can see how intricate this maze really is.
All right, it was just the wind slamming a door because we had the windows open in our family
That's
room.
what a lot of NPCs said before they died.
Yeah. Must have been the wind.
I'm pretty sure that's what.
Is your roommate
Yeah.
an NPC?
Because if
most
so,
likely.
get out.
You should lock your door.
Do you live near Camp Lake by any chance? Like a lake camp?
Not. I live
Hmm.
in a rural cornfield.
Even
Oh, that
better.
sounds like a Stephen King novel.
Yeah, those little
That
kids
sounds
is
like
gonna
some
get you.
scary
Yeah,
stories
those
to tell in the
kids.
dark.
Yeah, she who walks
Okay.
behind, or he who walks among the corn, come for you, dude. Just saying.
It's okay. They try to get me, I'll use my gat attack.
Get attack.
Gat attack.
Go.
Go. Just throws a gat.
Jay, use Get attack. Go. It
Oh.
was super effective.
I'm pretty sure. Like, what's your dexterity modifier for that attack?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just imagining like throwing it and then having like a yo-yo string on the end of it tied to the trigger. just
And then pulls it.
just whip it back when it gets there. Just whap whap.
And then you have to roll a D100 to figure out which direction it shoots after you pull the yo-yo.
Um, perfect. All right. I should make that a magical item. Okay. So
The gat
Get
doesn't
attack.
fire. Just
just a
yeet it
really
at someone.
there is a I'll give you guys spoilers now because you won't remember it until it comes. There is a weapon in this game called Bucket of Knives. So that's a thing.
I don't know how that
The
feels.
looks of that now, dude. Are there any buckets?
Ooh.
Kind of gets silly.
Yeah. Okay. So, back to the game now that all the bangs and stuff are out of the way.
For now.
Winter, Jupiter Yakasame, you come up around a corner and you see a archway with a black veil. And it is, I don't know if you can see this ping, just right there. If you were to keep walking, you could walk past it. It's essentially to your right, Winter, as you go down the hallway. You
Do
guys-
we really want to check this out for right now? Or do we just want to keep going?
Well, we haven't seen any of these walls since we entered. Maybe it's an exit? What do you guys think?
I'm not sure. It could be something we need to look into. Could be not that well.
So, just to
Let's-
get an idea, does the murals like lead to this veil?
Essentially, so as you're walking down the hallway, I'm going to use this little arrow to demonstrate. So you're walking here. There's murals along the walls left and right. As you're walking here, the murals you were at kind of end across from this doorway, and the new murals resume as you go this way.
Okay, but the mural keeps going down the hallway.
Correct.
Let's keep following the murals.
Yeah, let's keep following the murals.
Okay. So you continue onward, and you know, I'm just realizing I forgot to check off exactly which murals that you guys had done. That's beautiful. But
Oh no.
what I can do is I'll just say you guys make the right choice several times, moving forward, following the paths into
The last one we did before, so the one after from last session that we did, it
Yeah.
was a green dragon and a gold dragon with 2 flags, or a green dragon, gold dragon with 1 flag.
And I'm actually gonna retcon and get rid of that one because that was not the
Okay.
best, description of what I was trying to get across. I guess what we could do. Do you guys remember some of the paths that you had picked thus far?
Nope.
The last thing I have written for like murals, I think, is when there were 7 of them.
Oh yeah,
I have like the description.
we went down the one with the wisps.
Mm-hmm. You guys picked the path with a humanoid with some wispies coming out of their chest, and a dragon with wispies coming out of their chest, and both the wispies
And
colliding.
colliding.
Yeah.
And we've just kind of been
Ooh.
following the wispies since then. Any
This
Yeah.
chance
has
you
to
could?
be like when the dragons taught the humans how to firebend. I just watched that episode in Avatar.
Nice. Okay. So you continue on through the hallways, and I will fast forward a little bit through here till you come to about right here. Now you've come to another crossways. On one of the paths, there is a carving on the wall of a castle. And on this carving, there is a dragon inside of the castle, and the outside of the castle has humanoids surrounding it, seemingly protecting it. The other path has the same mural but reversed, with a castle built with people inside and a dragon protecting it. Which one do you choose?
Hmm. This one's a tough one.
Okay. Hey guys, do you mind if we just wait a little bit? I got an idea.
Looks around like.
And well, I need about an hour.
I
Can
could
we take a seat?
cook us some lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna use Find Familiar to bring Dax back to me in cat form. Oh no, not in cat form. I want him in. Yeah, let's just do cat form. It won't be that bad. I'm bringing Dax back in cat form.
Cool. And then what do you guys? Are you all on board with that?
Seems
Yeah.
okay for me. I guess I'll cook during that time.
I'll probably sit down on the ground.
Cool. Boop. Next cat. And then Yakasami, did you have you made your familiar, but what
Stay
form?
with the girl.
That's right. Okay.
Yep.
I remember now. You wanted to have a sentry.
Yep.
Cool, cool.
So if anything was, well, I mean, if they're further away, I'll have no idea. But
He'd still be able to tell you when you got caught back up to him. So,
yeah.
all right. So Jupiter sits down and starts making some goodies. Winter's completing a ritual to get Dax the cat. Awathorin is just sitting, writing in a journal. And Yakasame, what are you up to?
Probably just like drawing in the sand or whatever's on the ground. Kind of bored, waiting for some food. Orthon, what are you writing there?
Just making some notes. This is. I mean, there's nothing else better to do. Trying to copy some of the art style from these walls, though I'm not the best artist.
Oh, I'm pretty good at drawing. Can I try to draw?
Sure. And he flips a page and hands you his journal and a piece of charcoal.
Can I try to draw the mural with the dragon and human soul colliding?
Oh yeah. Classically, what I've used for drawing in books is sleight of hand. Everybody, does that sound good to you too?
Pretty okay for me.
I'm in the middle of a ritual.
Sweet. So yeah,
This was my favorite one.
yeah, you get it down pretty darn well. At least the general aspects, the shapes, the way they're interacting. There's some of the details, of course, that are missing. It's a little hard to use charcoal to do wall carvings. But yeah, go ahead and add that bit to your inventory.
I tried to put that in his journal, so he has it.
Oh, you
If
sure
he
you
if he passed it.
you sure you don't want it?
Oh no, you keep track of it. You're probably better at keeping track of kind of stuff than I am.
Oh, okay.
It's your journal. You wanted to draw it.
Yeah,
I just wanted to help. It
thank
looks
you.
good though, doesn't it?
Let me just bookmark this so I know where to find it if I want to find it again. Cool.
Wow. What are you cooking, Jupiter?
I'm gonna have a little small fire going and a little chamber pot with some water from my water skin, and just make kind of like a stew with some incense and other kind of like just medicine stuff I've collected along the way. Not medicine, but like herbs. That's the
Herbs
word.
and stuff.
Could not think of the word.
Some special lunch.
Yes. It's kind of a stew that I learned to cook in a village I visited a couple months ago. It
Oh, that
was
sounds good.
Elvish, and so one of my favorite things to cook.
That sounds pretty good. I don't think I've eaten like a real meal in. I don't even remember.
Well, I can definitely cook more often for us. I normally just kind of prepare a lot and take it with me for most trips, but I haven't had time to sit down yet, seeing as I haven't been to town recently. So this is all just stuff I've seen along the way. This is
Nice.
the last of it too, so I have to go gathering again soon.
Well, maybe if we stop in the village sometime, maybe they'll have some stuff that we can prepare there.
That would be hopefully really useful. That's why I wanted to go back and take the girl there so I could stop in there also, but no big deal. No need to complain about it. This is definitely better.
Yeah. This is amazing in here.
Yes. I don't know much about dragons, but Winter seems to know a lot, and you as well, so.
Oh, well, I can show you some facts. I'm already pulling out my lore book to show you. And while you're trying to cook, she's gonna read through like a bunch of random dragon facts.
Nice.
Well, I dig it.
So, hour goes by pretty quickly with the enthralling stories that Yakasame is sharing with everybody. Orathan resumes his attempting at drawing things on the walls and notes that he's things that he's observed. And like that, Winter, your kitty cat Dax is here.
Okay. So, what is that smell? What is that? What
I
did
think
you
it's
make?
I think it's a stew, he said.
What do you think, bud? Yeah, we don't mess with that, do we? No? Okay. So, Dax making his Bane of the Ancients debut. Anyways, I'm pretty sure we want to go down the path where the humans are guarding the dragons. But let's have him take a look first, just to be on the safe side.
That's probably a good idea.
Okay, and that's what we're gonna do.
I'll be honest though, I kinda like the other one where the dragons are guarding the people. I mean, the people of this place probably want the first one. And that's probably the right way to go, but
No, let's find out.
Cool.
And I'm gonna have Dax walk gingerly down the corridor.
Dax is totally safe. Just go down there. Do you instruct him otherwise besides walking gingerly down a path?
I'm gonna have him keep an eye out for. Well, I'm actually just gonna close my eyes and just have him walk down gingerly until I see something to tell him to stop.
Cool. That sounds good.
What you doing, boy?
Alright, so Dax starts walking down. Also, I should probably give Dax sight. That would be good. On.
My bike. He's being kind of needy right now.
It's
I
all
gotta
good.
figure out what to do for him.
Wait, is your cat's name actually Dax?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Okay. I dig that.
He sure,
Cool.
he sure is.
So, Winter, can you see what Dax can see as I move the kitty?
No, it stops about right there.
Okay. Let me check one other thing.
If you could just describe it to me, that'd be good enough.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about moving them too much. I'll just describe what happens. Keep things a little quicker. So yeah, Dax walks down the path you had chosen without issue and comes to another kind of T in the road where there's two separate paths.
Okay. I'm gonna have him walk back to me,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna let everyone know. So there's another section where we have to choose down this path. Should we have him check down the other path, or should we just continue going along with what we know is working?
Uh, out of curiosity, because I totally missed it, what path did you just send him down?
First one, right? Yeah.
Is that the one with the people guarding the dragon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Well, if it seems safe, might as well go that way.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of nice to know what's down all these other hallways, but I kind of don't want to risk.
I don't want to
We
risk
really
losing
have
your
no
cat.
idea. Oh, my cat's fine. He'll be around long before even after I'm dead. But yeah. Anyways, let's not talk about that right now. Let's just go down then.
Yeah, let's go.
Cool. So you continue onward through the maze to Meow. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun.
It's a frustrating shame that I can't remember what was used when. Let's see. So you come to another junction where there are two separate paths. And which one should this be? You know what? We'll just use a new one. Cool. So for this one, there's two separate paths. There's people and dragons fighting what appears to be devils and demons, if you interpret the art correctly. And the other path seems to be dragons and people fighting what might be angels? Which do you choose?
I think we should have the go down the path where they fight the demons or the devils.
What are these devils and demons going to look like?
So, if you were to look at the art in more detail, it looks like two dragons, one of them bronze, one of them green. Underneath them, a variation of a few different humans, seeming to represent like an army of sorts. And then across from them, what they're going up against, there's all kinds of shapely abominations. Big old monsters with horns, weapons, swords, spikes, tails, pointy bits. If you wanted to try and identify more of specific types of demons and devils, you're definitely welcome to roll for that, though. If that's what you're trying to go for.
Kind of just curious about the level of detail of it.
It's more of a representation of
Yeah.
a bunch of different demons and devils rather
Okay.
than a specific, if you were to guess.
Okay.
Do any of them look like Yakasame?
That was the question.
There are some horned monstrosities in there, but none of them quite as slender and dainty as Yakasame.
And good looking.
And good looking. Yeah, there you
Insight. I'm gonna let's roll an insight check on that just to be sure, or an investigation check.
Sure. Go for it. Yeah, this looks like just a bunch of demons and devils. Not a
Okay.
Yakasame in here.
Any undead
Alright.
shit?
Not here. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that one looks like it's probably the right choice.
Let's go down that one then.
Cool.
Do we
So,
do we want to send Dax maybe? Check again?
Yeah, we could just to be sure. Same instructions as the last time, and I'm gonna look through his eyes.
cool. So you jollyvant through the maze-like corridors, which seem a lot bigger now that you're down the size of a kitty cat. And then what was the pattern on your cat again? I can't remember.
Brown copper coat with black spots.
Cool.
Got a white beard.
Nice. That way you can't tell if it stole your milk. So, yeah, kitty cat goes through just looking at all the really interesting wall art, and then you follow that until you come to another T.
I'm gonna tell him to wait there, and then I'm gonna let everyone. There's another.
Oh, let's go.
Cool. So you guys go ahead and follow the path, and I lost track. Okay. Note to anybody using Roll20 to make a maze, make sure that you don't just have your maze on your dynamic lighting layer, because it's very hard to figure out where everybody's at. I made the mistake of deleting my normal maze and just having a dynamic maze. Okay, so you're there.
Dynamic.
So such dynamics. Dynamics, dude. Got them dynamics. Alright. So what I'm doing is comparing this to a master maze on another page to try and figure out where exactly they ended up. Which is right here.
I feel like we've been in circles.
Doop. Yes, okay. And I bet you'll never guess that you came to another T. Awesome. So as you come to the end of this wall art, you have two more choices. So for this one, you have on one part of the wall art, you have a group of humanoids, and in their hands, there appears to be one of them holding what looks like an egg, if you compared it to the art from earlier. And then the other people seem to be holding what looks like some type of thick books or tomes, one of them in each of their hands, including the person holding the egg. On the other path, there's humanoids, and they are all holding eggs. Each of them has an egg. Which do you pick?
So in one there's one egg, and the other there's multiple eggs.
Correct. Let's call it 5 and 5. So there's 5 different humanoid looking things: dwarf, elf, human, whatever else, holding each of them holding a dragon egg. The other one, there's 5 people, there's 1 dragon egg and multiple tomes. What do you choose?
Sounds like the first one.
I could
Hmm.
not tell you. I don't understand any of this.
Well, let's try. I'm gonna send Dax down the path with the tomes and the dragon egg.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell him to be very careful.
And do you see from his perspective and take over, or you just send him ahead this time?
I'm gonna see from his perspective.
Cool. So, carefully this time, checking around corners, looking around for traps and gaps, Dax continues onward and seems to go on for quite a while through the maze. No traps being triggered, no big whooshy sounds or anything like that. And then Dax comes to yet another spot where there's two different places to go.
What do they look like?
Let's see. This one, there's a humanoid guarding a dead dragon, and the other one is a dragon guarding a dead humanoid.
Okay, I'm gonna have him come back to me.
Okay. And he Jollivants back pretty quick.
I'm gonna tell the party that info.
Jim, could you describe the two choices we're at right now again?
Yeah, the ones where you're at right now, you've got on one path 5 different humanoids, each of them holding an egg. Looks like a dragon egg, so every 5 people, 5 eggs. The other path is 5 humanoids, each of them holding some type of book or tome, and the one in the middle holding 1 egg.
I think I like that one.
Which
I like
one?
the one with the books.
The one Dax just ran down.
And I told him everything that he just saw. Now I'm gonna have him do the same dang thing down the one with the 5 eggs.
Okay. So Dax starts going down the path with 5 eggs, and you said you wanted to be him being real careful, right?
Yep.
Okay. So he goes and goes a bit, and then Dax feels as he puts a paw down the slight movement of a pressure plate. And go ahead and roll me
Okay.
a dex save. See how quickly Dax can not trigger this.
Oh, come on. I just clicked it.
Oh, one shot.
Ooh, not quite. So, although as agile as a cat, this pressure plate is so sensitive that the cat set it off. You hear the pressure plate start to go down, come down, comes to a stop, makes a whooshing steam like sound, and come back up. You hear kind of a bang a bit farther down the hallway ahead, and then distant, echoing, buzzing, and whirling.
I'm gonna have him run back to me, and then I'm gonna tell everyone we need to go down this path.
All right, let's
And just to clarify, that's the path with the tomes or the path that Dax just went
The
down?
path with the tomes.
Okay. So, you guys are going ahead.
I'm not leaving without Dax, though.
Yep. Dax is coming with, of course. Let's see. So you would come around. Give me one more moment to get you situated. Here. And Winter, go ahead and roll me a d20 real quick if you could. That is not bad. So what sounded like was coming from ahead of you actually might have been coming from behind you. As you're following this path, I'm assuming you're not. Are you like running down it or just walking calmly?
We're just walking calmly. The less
Okay.
noise that we make, the better.
You can hear closing closer and closer behind kind of where you had come from. You didn't walk that far until you got to the next junction. What sounds like metal slamming against stone, maybe hitting the wall every once in a while, and just coming closer and closer. Not close enough to be concerned yet, though. If that makes sense.
I think we should keep moving.
So,
All right. What options
so these are
do
the
we have
ones
now?
that you had described to them. Oh gosh. Here it looks like a humanoid guarding a dead dragon versus a dragon guarding a dead humanoid. What do you choose? And again, on one side of the wall you've got bronze, on the other side you have green.
I would probably guard the dragon.
Which one's bronze and which one's green?
So it's the same as before of left hand side of the wall if you're facing it is green
Oh.
dragon, right side of the wall is bronze dragon. But again, one
Okay.
path, humanoid guarding what looks to be a dead dragon. It's got a spear and sword and wounds kind of strewn about it, and the other one seems to obviously be a dead human with arrows and spears in them. So the path is it the humanoid guarding the dread dragon or the dragon guarding the dead humanoid?
Let's have Dax go down the one where the humans are guarding, and I'm just gonna hold my shield up and wait for whatever's coming behind us.
Okay. And Dax moves forward, looking around, trying to figure out, is this the right path? Goes down
And I
a
want
bit.
him to be. I want him to remember pressure plates. Like, be very careful with your steps.
Okay. So Dax is familiar now with how the pressure plates react. He knows what to look for. And go ahead and roll me a dex save with advantage this time. Damn. So Dax feels, just with the soft paws of a cat, the slight, barely movement of the pressure plate, picks paw out before it goes off. But it's obvious this is the same mechanism down this path.
Okay, I'm gonna have him run back to me, and I'm gonna tell everyone else we need to go down the one where the dragon is protecting the person.
Okay.
Cool.
And I'm gonna slowly keep moving. I'm gonna be in the back this time. I'm gonna guard. I'm gonna be covering the rear flank.
Okay. And about the time that you guys make this decision, you hear the metal on stone again getting louder, coming from the path behind where you were, and then it starts to get quieter. Like it's no longer heading towards you. Like maybe it turned.
I'm gonna keep moving slowly.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So, moving slowly and quietly ahead and down the path where the dragon is guarding the seemingly deceased humanoid creature.
Yeah. Wait.
Humanoid. Okay. Sounds like a weird Miyazaki sound. Wait.
Wait. I bet he has an enemy or something that makes that sound.
Alright. Okay. Let me move y'all over here. And following this path, you guys come to yet another smoky veiled archway. But the wall art continues past it.
We want to check this one out or just keep going?
I just want to poke my head through.
Let me send Dax through real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna send him through
So
very gingerly. I'm gonna let him know. Hey, remember that shit.
Cool. And are you having him be like stealthy or just
Yes.
okay? Go ahead and
We're
roll. If he
being
has a stealth check, do that. If not, do dexterity.
Oh shit! I had that with advantage. Fuck.
Well, yeah, let's toggle that off. But
I think as a cat, do you get advantage on perception?
He
um,
has advantage that rely on smell.
yeah, he's got really good smell, and sometimes I'll lower a DC for like hearing, things like that. Um, Go ahead and just roll it again without advantage. 13, sure. So Dax steps through this veil, and comes through to a hallway. And on the walls, there's carvings of gears and weird shaped cylinders and strange lines moving about. Um, just all sorts of odd shapes. And as Dax continues through, trying to be as stealthy as possible, he turns a corner and sees what looks to be something made out of metal. Um, Go ahead and roll a perception or investigation. Either one, I don't care.
Well, he has a passive perception of 13.
Not bad.
Is perception wisdom?
I think so,
Is that
yeah.
what that is?
Believe so. I can double check here.
Alright. Because
Yes, wisdom.
he gets a +3 on perception, so we're doing that.
Nice. Roll a 19 for kitty cat perception. This thing
That's
looks
right.
like a dog made of metal and bronze. It has its head lowered, and it is not moving. And you can actually see behind it. There's at least another couple dogs before the corner turns.
I'm gonna have him come back to me very stealthily.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell everyone else that there's things down there that we don't really know with.
And Dax comes out of the black veil with hair kind of standing up on end, tail poofed out 4 times bigger than it was before he went in.
It's alright, but it's alright.
And you said you relay to them what you saw?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so everybody, you get the description of mechanized dog, wolf-looking thing with its head down. through
Yeah, I'd
that
rather
black
not
veil.
mess with the metal dogs today in here.
And Jupiter,
Yes.
any input?
Sounds like a fun time. I like animals.
Yeah, I don't
But is
think
it a
those
real
are-
animal though?
Well, it looks like it to me. It is.
This was not a real animal.
Well,
I mean, look at what they did to the Dax over here. I'm gonna like grab his tail and I'm gonna show how floofy it is.
So
yeah,
you
but
slick the tail down, it just poofs up behind where you let go. And just
Yeah,
all cats do that when they see a dog, right?
they only do something. They only do that when they're scared or mad. It's a
The
defense.
last time we came across a veil like this, the mural kept going and we followed the mural. They got us here.
Mhm.
We
There
wanna
wasn't any mural down there. There was only gears. Kind of as like a kind of like ploying. Um, kind of like where they actually come out, like a barracks.
Yeah. It does sound pretty dwarven. The gears and stuff. I don't know, but that's pretty different than everything we've seen thus far.
I say we keep following the murals. Gears don't really add up to what we've been doing so far.
I agree. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right, guys?
Seems
We
fair enough.
haven't died yet.
okay. So you continue forward a bit, and then you actually come to yet another foggy door just at the end of this hallway. Not that far away.
The
Do you
murals, uh,
continue past it, following the murals? Because the murals keep going by.
Yeah.
Okay. So you continue past it, following the murals, because the murals keep going by. Do you continue past it, following the murals? Because the murals keep going by.
Yeah.
I
I think we'll
Have the
keep
mirrors.
following the mural.
Yeah.
Okay. So you follow this stretch for quite a while, until you come to a 4-point intersection where there are 4 different ways you can go. And let me move y'all. Again, following this beautiful art. And as you continue onward, you can see there's more and more intricacies where it shows a human being struck down and a dragon swooping in to protect their body. Kind of replaying over and over in different forms, in different ways. Different ways humans are dying, dragons coming in to be above them, guarding outwards against threats. And you come to this 4-way intersection. And let's see what this one would have. And if you guys have been pushing deeper and deeper into this cave, how are your characters feeling right now at this point? There's a lot of strange wall art, tight corridors, stuffy air, and quiet besides that banging and steam sound when you guys had touched that one pressure plate.
Confused, but intrigued.
Yakasame likes pictures.
Winter is nervous as shit.
Cool.
But he's maintaining his cool. Mainly because of the youngling, that bronze dragon that he knew was poached around here. He is kind of thinking that this is its mother's den.
Cool.
Yeah, all this talk about dragons from people and stuff. Pretty intrigued. She feels like she's living out her lore book passage.
Okay.
Alright.
And I somehow lost these 4 directions, so I'll just make them up. Perfect. Okay. So we've used that one, we used that one. Sorry guys, I seem to have lost this one. And I'm having a hard time just remembering or brainstorming what it was.
This must be an important one.
It was.
Do you want to take a break?
It's not gonna help. I think what happened sometimes when you write on Google Docs, it like unsyncs, and then when you refresh, the shit you wrote down isn't there. Because I'm looking under where it should be, and there's just a blank dot. It's pretty sweet. That's fine. Let's do this. So, first path, if you come around the corner, if you just continue going right, you have a depiction of a green and bronze dragon flying together with an army underneath them, all marching the same direction. On another depiction, you've got a green dragon flying solo with an army below them, and a bronze dragon flying separately. The other one is vice versa of that, so you've got bronze with an army, green flying solo by them, and then another depiction of all of them separate. So green flying solo, bronze flying solo, and army marching solo. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of like the one where they're all together, green and bronze with the army, or
I don't quite
the
like the army.
bronze.
I think the army promotes violence and hate.
There is an
Whether
army in
it's-
all depictions, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
what was the first one? I like that one the most. I thought it was just green and bronze flying with each other.
So you've got. I'll run through them again one more time. It's hard to describe a picture, right? So
Oh, yeah.
you've got on all of these images, you have what seems to be moving along the hallway, like they're moving down the hallway. On one of them, there's a green dragon and a bronze dragon flying very closely together. Also, very closely, right above, a bunch of humans all going in the same direction. Humanoids, of course. So, all kind of a unit. The next one, you have a green dragon down with the humans flying, and a bronze separate, kind of flying ahead and away. The next is kind of the reverse of that, with the bronze dragon with the humans and the green flying ahead and away. And the next one is all three units kind of all separate. So bronze flying separately, green flying separately, humans marching separately.
Okay. Yes, the first one. I agree, because it seems peaceful. Like they're not at war. Unlike some of the other drawings I've seen earlier.
Or they're at war, but with somebody else. They're
Exactly.
together.
That's what I mean.
What do you think?
I think the one where they're flying together with the army underneath the bronze dragon seems likely.
Might as well send Dax. See what we can
Yeah.
find.
Cool. And then, which path is Dax flying down? Or not flying, walking down. Is it the one where they're all together?
Yeah, the
So-
first one.
Okay.
I'm
So,
gonna tell him to be the same exact shit.
yeah.
Flying cat.
So Dax goes down that path, and there's no pressure plates that they can find. There is a tiny little offshoot to the right that's unmarked. But if Dax keeps following that path with that same depiction, he can see on the art walls where this unit all flying to and marching together kind of progresses and descends upon all sorts of different enemies, seemingly mowing them down. Again, no pressure plates, but overcoming the angels depicted earlier, the demons depicted earlier, humanoids, beasts, castles, everything as it continues onward.
I like it. I don't like
Yeah,
the
I'm
war
gonna-
part of them murdering everyone, but at least they're all together, and that seems to be the general theme of this maze.
Okay. Well,
And then Dex,
I'm gonna read
if he
all of
keeps following down, comes past another one of those foggy archways, and then comes to an archway with black fog that has a different kind of carving on it. It's got what looks like a dragon wrapping around, and a humanoid wrapping up around, and they're touching claw to hand.
Oh,
Oh, that's it. That's the one we need to do.
Yes. Sounds like that's where we're going, boys.
Yep,
Cool.
that's the one. That's what we're gonna do.
And you come to this veiled archway after a long and arduous journey through this maze.
Good job, Dax.
And how do you proceed?
Well,
if you say this is it, I say we just walk through. No hesitation.
Hand in hand, right?
you guys want to lead the way?
I guess I will lead the way.
Cool. So Winter pushes through and comes into a chamber that's actually lit and not dark.
Shit's lit, man.
Jupiter, Hawarthon, Yakasame, and Dax all come in. Now, what you see when you come through, actually just everybody go ahead and roll me perception. Let's do that.
Who?
Everyone.
Ooh, roll another 7.
Hold
See what
on.
happens.
Do it, dude.
Do I need to roll 1 for Dex too?
Yeah, no, you don't need to.
All right.
I really hope it's
Oh!
Nice. Super good rolls, dude.
As you can
Uh-huh.
see, we're pretty worn down. You were asked how our characters were feeling.
So
Worn down.
you guys see the obvious. You come into a circular chamber. All around the walls and up around the ceilings of this dome-like chamber, there are all of these carvings that you guys have already seen. Dragons and humans uniting, green and bronze being together, seemingly in some type of alliance.
I'm concerned about that. Because that goes against everything that I know about the dragons.
That's true. What else is glaring is dead center in the middle of this room is a circular pedestal, and laying atop it is skeleton of some type of humanoid. And laying curled around that are the bones of a dragon. What else is glaring is standing to the left side, there is a huge mechanized humanoid, and standing on the right side, there is a huge mechanoid dragon.
Oh.
Now, Jupiter, you're obviously seeing all this. But do you want me to whisper what else you see, or just tell you?
You can just tell me. We're all pretty good at depicting different characters. We're good at metaing.
Yeah.
So besides all that, surrounding this circular pedestal, covered in dust and bits of stone from the ages of a little bit of decay in this chamber, you see these kind of round, bumpy things, like rocks going around it. And then also, there seems to be a trunk or a chest at the base of this pedestal.
Do I sense any undead like presences? Lifelike undead?
No,
Okay.
that would be cool though. Joke's on you, Dracolich and Lich. Fuck you guys.
Oh God.
Thank you.
EPK.
No, this room is utterly lifeless and unlifeless.
So wait, so do the mechanized dragon and humans seem like
They're off, right?
they're
They-
not on?
They have no lights and no humming or buzzing at this current juncture.
They look like the dogs we've been before, right?
Mm-hmm. And again, they're standing off to the far sides of the left and the right. Again, one big humanoid one and one big dragonoid one.
So it sounds like if there were 4 points to this circular room, there's the point we entered, human on the left point of the circle, and then the dragon on the right point of the circle, essentially.
Yeah.
And then
it's kind of hard to see across the other side of the circular room unless you were to walk forward. There might be stuff behind the pedestal, the humanoid, and the big pile of dragon bones.
yeah, straight across.
Yeah.
Can I investigate the dragon bones a bit closer? I
Sure.
want to take some notes and learn of that and the human and see if I can learn of the cause of death of them with my doctor background, even though that's not really a thing, but
That's fine. So, how would you go about investigating? Like just walking closer and eyeballing it, looking for.
I'd probably grab a stick and if they're like use my staff and just kind of like poke around, see if I can see any obvious like bone like destruction, or if it's just like natural, or just
Or
kind of
what?
like poking around and just looking really close at it.
As
Careful,
he
Jupiter.
goes to touch them, I tell him, "Don't touch them."
And I'll
I'm
give
going
you.
to
Go ahead.
I'm going to look real quick for any arcane runes on the rocks.
All right. So one thing, I'll give you one GM bone Jupiter. Did you want to cast mending on your quarters? Oh wait, that didn't even happen. Oh
That
my
didn't happen.
god, my
Yeah.
Didn't
brain.
even happen, bro.
I casted mending on your quarterstaff. Okay, your quarterstaff, fine. Winter, you're looking for arcane runes. There are some on the chest, quite obviously. And Jupiter, roll me that medicine. Jesus Christ. 30.
Nice, dude.
The exact time of death was about 3,000. No. At 4 in the
9 a.m. on
morning.
a Sunday.
Yeah. Um. Okay.
He knows the blood type.
I'm gonna run through this. What Jupiter discerns, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You can tell looking at the humanoid skeleton without touching it that there are some chips on the ribs. It seems like they've been stabbed or shot, not naturally dead. And the dragon seems to have picked up tons of different wounds, all kinds of chips and scarring and marks in the bones. Um, and again, it looks like this humanoid was laid to rest on this pedestal as after they died, and this dragon might have laid here voluntarily later. They don't seem to have been placed in the most graceful manner.
Can
Maybe they came and curled up after the fact.
Okay.
can I roll a religion check? See if this is like a sacrificial thing or if this is like a monument thing. Like,
No, please do.
oh shit.
That is a good fucking roll. Um, looking around in here, there's, and comparing with your lore book, of course,
Yeah,
with
of
that
course.
20 on the religion, there doesn't seem to be like, places where they would have blood pooling. There's not a bunch of bones or skulls collected in here. The only thing you see that's strange is there is a fairly recent, maybe, I mean, it's not ancient, but there's a fairly recent piece of brown tattered cloth that someone seems to have placed at the base of the pedestal. You're not sure the significance of that or if it even is significance, but it's definitely religious in some way, but sacrificey doesn't seem like it. Maybe just a sacred place for rituals.
Uh, would I have noticed, or did you say out loud anything about those arcane runes, Winter? On the
No, I
chest?
didn't say
Okay.
anything about it yet.
Never mind
All
then.
this is happening at the same time.
That's what I figured.
And then Jupiter, with your passive and when you get closer, again, those rocks they're all kind of the same shape and size, again, covered in dust and debris.
Could I take a closer look at them?
Oh yeah, if you want to roll investigation. Nice.
They
Nice.
are rocks.
They are
So
rocks.
I'm gonna let you decide here. You either take too close of a look, and bump into one of the skeletons, or the trunk slash chest, or one of the rock things.
I'll bump the rocks.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and grab him as a reaction if I can.
Yeah. Roll whatever you think fits. Let's see how you do.
Acrobatics, maybe?
Maybe
Yeah, this would be an acrobatics roll,
Go
I
for
think, if it's just a reaction, right?
see how quick you are. Yeah, go for it. That's not bad. Not enough to stop him, but you do grab him. So Jupiter, you kind of you're getting really close, and you I don't know, you bump into one of these, and the dust and debris kind of blows off of the stone-like thing, and it looks like it has scales. And then when you bump it, it actually moves. Like it's not like attached or part of the structure. It's just kind of there, sitting there. And then Winter, you grab him by the collar and yank him back up over the to where he's standing on his feet, no longer bumping into it. And what do you guys do from there?
Check
I'm
my
gonna.
surroundings immediately and make sure nothing is like reacting to it.
In Winter?
I'm doing the same, except I'm. I'll. Can I roll to see if I recognize what that thing was that he bumped into?
Sure. Um, the bones haven't moved. The mechs haven't moved. And from the bit that he's moved the dust off of and the fact that it's shifted and you can see more of its shape, it looks like an egg. Or a really intricate decorative stone in the shape of an egg. And it's
Do
bigger than a human head.
do any of them appear to be missing?
There are a few missing, yep. But
I'm
there
gonna
is
ask
plenty more left. I'd say at least 13.
Jupiter.
Yes.
Could you give me a moment, please, and be careful,
Oh, I'm just only curious.
please be careful.
Will do. I
And
will do it.
Yakasame, what are you up to in this chamber?
Yeah, I'd like to investigate kind of the ceiling and everything around. And see, you said the mural kind of like leads up and around.
Yeah, so looking at the murals on the ceiling, it almost tells a story. Essentially the one that was hinted at you through the cave art and everything like that. You see this story of dragons and these humanoids working together, and a bronze and a green, seemingly in some type of alliance. There's depictions of them fighting together against other humanoids, building castles, humans protecting dragons, dragons protecting dead humans. And again, by humans, I'm just going to say humanoids. You get it.
Yeah.
Dwarves, elves, whatever. And there's these strange stories of humanoids dying and their souls coming into dragons. It looks like dragons and human souls merging, humans taking care of and tending to eggs. That other depiction recently of multiple tomes being held and one egg being taken, or at least held. And it's all very strange and definitely does not match up with your lore book. This is weird.
She's very drawn to the tome in
Mm-hmm.
the depiction. Does she any tomes around this place, or like where
Roll me Arcana.
tomes may be?
It looks like similar carvings of the tone design on the wall art matches up with what's kind of carved on this dusty chest, at least the trim of it. And also you can kind of feel that Tomy aura coming from the trunk.
Okay,
Yeah, do your thing.
And in winter.
I'm gonna have put my axe in my shield, and then put my shield on my back. I'm by myself at this point, near the skeletons and the eggs, right?
Yep, you're right at the base of this circular pedestal, and there's these, at least one egg that's been a little bit unveiled, but again, it's covered in a lot of dust and debris, as well as the other ones. It's kind of hard to tell what type of egg at this
Not to
point.
But I'm
interrupt,
by myself, right?
I mean, Jupiter's standing right behind you, unless he's moved
I
away.
wanna look for. Is there any like underground like cave life like plants and stuff that I can find? Like mushrooms. I know they grow underground. Weeds of some sort.
Yeah, let's see how awesomely you can will this into existence. The cave looks to be built very, very well, but let's see how well time has held it up. Go ahead and roll me. I mean, usually it's survival for foraging, so let's do that.
Survival.
Yeah, you see there's some cracks over on one lower corner where some moisture's come through, and there's some type of gooey, slimy bacteria or algae on the wall, as well as a little corner of these green mushrooms. Not very many, but they're there.
Do I recognize either of the plants, like from past Mexican apothecaries that I visited?
These are new. You ain't
I
seen
see.
these before.
Yakasame, do you have a vial of some sort?
Let me check.
And then while they're checking that, Winter, what are you up to?
Alright, I'm by myself at this point, right?
Yeah,
I would say so.
because nobody pays attention to a Warathon, but yes.
I'm gonna have I'm gonna put my shield on my back. I'm gonna get down on both knees. And I'm going to gently caress the dragon skull and think to myself as if I'm trying to communicate in some kind of way, kind of like an internal monologue,
Mm-hmm.
and say, I was too late to save one, I think. I
So,
wasn't even aware of one, but it would appear that I was too late to have a conversation with you. I'm sorry.
so what I'd like you to do is roll me a religion. Cool.
Is there any bonuses being like his religion?
Oh, don't worry. I calculate DCs, guys. Okay, but
Yeah, I want to double check for my own.
yeah. So you do that, and as soon as you touch the dragon's skull to caress, the mechanized dragon whirls awake, just vroom, this booming energy coming from the chest of this thing, sparks coming up through its mouth, and it's just staring at you, Winter, not moving. It reared its head. It's just staring at you, just watching.
Would anyone notice this?
Everybody notices this.
Yeah.
Not necessarily Winter touching the dragon's head, but this thing is loud as shit. Like it's like a monster truck. Like it's loud. The cave reverberates, and you can just feel the power of this mechanized thing.
But
The humanoid one does not
humanoid
stir,
is-
though.
Okay.
So,
I'm gonna look at the
Yakasame,
humanoid
did
one.
you have a vial of any sort?
No, sorry, I don't.
Oh, well, I'm going to go pick those mushrooms.
I'll look
Just
at the
kinda-
humanoid one,
Walk awkwardly.
and I'm gonna have another internal monologue. Dragon one just staring me down. And
So-
I'm going to say, I'm not touching it.
So you're.
And I'm gonna
Sorry, go ahead and then I'll ask a question.
Sure, and I'm gonna say it as internally. You must have been a good friend. I wish I could have had that endearing trait.
Cool. So you looking to the humanoid and having that in your head, kind of ignoring the big spooky dragon mech, and no longer touching the bones, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. And roll me one more religion. Cool. And some moments pass. The whirling dragons stays on, but the boomingness comes down, almost like a car coming down to idle, if that makes sense. just observing, looking at you, Winter.
I'm going to look at it and say, directly, you have no qualm with me. I'm just here to pay my respect. I'm going to start cleaning the dust off the eggs.
Cool. And as you continue cleaning the dust of the eggs, the idling gets quieter and the big mechanized dragon goes back to sleep. And as you start cleaning these eggs off one by one, you can kind of see each of them are a little different. Some of them have almost entirely this shimmering green scale color. Others have this shimmering bronze scale color. And what's interesting is some of them have a mix. They have green and bronze scales going throughout. You have some that are almost half and half. Some like 3/4 green, 1/4 bronze. And you completely unveil these 13 eggs.
That Can I start drawing?
Always.
Oh, I'd like to.
Anything I noticed about the mushrooms?
I was definitely coming back for that. So, you're going for the
Hell yeah.
mushrooms and not the slime, correct?
Yeah, because I don't have anything to carry the slime.
You got your mouth.
Uh,
So, I here's your options. You can roll with that 21 survival to have them picked, or you can roll another one.
I'll go with the 21.
Okay. So you go in to pick, and you see this particular type of mushroom. As you start delicately kind of maneuvering it to pick it without setting it off, you've had enough experience with mushrooms to know some of them bleed, some of them explode into puffballs. This one looks like it would bleed sticky goo all over you if you messed it up too much.
Hmm.
But you successfully pick. I mean, are you trying to pick all of them, or just a couple, or what are you doing?
Just a couple. I don't want to ruin nature completely.
Okay.
Just enough to have my own little supply.
So you grab these 3 mushrooms. They seem very unstable, and they are this very dark, deep, deep green.
Would I know anything about them? Or you said they're new, so never
You've
mind.
never seen them before.
Mm. Well,
Something to study.
something definitely to study. I don't have any. I, with the whole dragon thing going, I'm just not even gonna look at Winter. But Warthon, do you have vials by chance? Anything? Jar? I want that slime.
Slime. Wow. The this. He seems like lost for words. Why the hell are you talking about slime when there's a giant dragon thing in this crazy room? You. Where did you get those?
Don't ask. It's a long story. Yes, jar.
Um, and he starts looking through his bag. I don't have a jar, though I do have some space in here that in this kind of carrying case. I usually keep some medical supplies in it.
Oh, well,
Um, it's
it's your medical one. I don't know.
I
Because
mean,
I've never seen this before. I'm quite interesting.
um, well, I don't have any vials. Maybe we should hold on to empty health potions later on. Okay.
Definitely a good idea.
But
Hmm.
I have this carrying case and some bandages if you wanted to protect them. I don't know.
I want to find a way because it's slimy and I don't want to make a huge mess. Um, what's a tinderbox? Is that just a box holding tinder?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I just dump the tinder out of that and then use the box?
Sure.
All right, that's what I'm gonna do. I guess I'll just use this.
So you hear the clanking of wood as you as a bunch of fire starting tinder hits the stone in a corner, and then you put the mushrooms in there.
And then, if there's any room, I want to put some of the slime in there also.
Sure.
Try not to let them touch each other.
So describe to me how you would meangle that. So imagine your Tinder case is. I mean, how would you have a Tinder case? Would it be like something carved out of wood? Would it be a leather case, like a
Probably.
trunk style?
I was
Tube?
just thinking of like a box, and it just had like one side the fire starter, and then the kind of like the tinder, and then like something dividing them so that the fire starter doesn't bounce around and spark it on accident.
Sure. So you've got this little box on. There's one little divide on the left side where just enough room where you'd put your flint and steel and or flint and iron or whatever, and on the right is kind of a little bit of a bigger spot where you'd have these 6-inch pieces of tinder.
And then I would grab. Do I have a dagger? I thought I did. No. A Warthon, do you have a dagger?
Yes.
Can I see it?
I assume you mean hold it.
Yes.
Oh, you're gonna
give it
get it
back.
all slimy, aren't you?
I'll clean it off with, and then I'll just kind of point down towards like my pant leg, like I'll.
Okay. He reluctantly digs out his dagger and hands it to you.
Oh, I love nature, and then I'm going to, yeah, kind of just scrape it off the wall and into the tinder box on the other side.
Okay. Let me just write this down.
I'm just gonna put it as glowing slime. Does that work?
I hadn't actually described a slime, had I? Slime is black. Black as
Oh,
night.
okay.
The mushrooms are dark, dark, deep green, but they have a slight glow to them.
Okay.
But your slime is black and kind of almost sparkly and shiny.
You said I had 3 mushrooms?
Yep.
If you had to give a number amount to the slime,
I mean, are you trying to collect a bunch of it or just a bit of it? Like,
Uh,
how many?
like- enough so that it can grow back in its natural habitat.
Mm-hmm. I mean, let's
But-
just say you get a small handful
Okay.
of slime.
And do you guys think we'll be here a while? Or do you
And-
I
want to
can't hear
leave
any of
soon?
it right now.
And Yakasame, with that 21, you can draw whatever the hell you want. By the way,
Eggs.
you're drawing the eggs.
Yeah, with like a focus on the mixed ones.
And are you drawing Winter cleaning the eggs off, or just the eggs around the pedestal, or are
Sure,
you
why
drawing
not?
the eggs individually, or all
All
of
right.
it?
Well, I mean, I guess I had first envisioned just the eggs themselves, but with that 21, maybe she does just do a picture of the scene she sees.
I mean, you could do like classic, Charles Darwin style art where you've got like the scene and little zoomed in bits with notes and whatever you'd want
Yeah.
to do.
I
21
think
is
that's
a very
yeah, I
high
think
drawing.
that's more so. Yeah, we'll focus the eggs in detail.
And so on those, are you like putting little like marks like green and bronze, or like
Yeah,
okay.
in descriptions. Yeah, trying to as much as I can, like she would see in her book.
I mean, unless you had colored ink with you, which I don't think you had. It's probably just
No.
like charcoal.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can just label it for now. You might color it later.
Cool. Add that to your inventory and your notes
Yeah.
somewhere. And Winter, you are taking your tedious time, being very careful. It takes you a good while to carefully unveil all these eggs. But then you've done it.
After I'm done, I'm kind of I'm a little bit distraught, and anyone who can see me will be able to see that in my face. And
Dax
once
is
again,
trying to comfort you.
I'm having an internal monologue, and I'm just saying, I thought I thought I was there. I thought I was going in the right direction. I thought I could get some answers. And I just sit down and like make sure not to disturb anything, but like kind of in between the dragon and the human, if I can.
Mhm.
Put my legs up a little bit while I'm sitting down on the ground, and just put my hands behind my head and just lean into my legs.
So Winter's obviously having a moment. This
Uh,
something in here is important to him.
I'm going to light some incenses, and maybe that'll help calm the air.
Sure.
See if it'll kind of like a memorial thing. Like obviously, I can tell he's distraught over the bones and stuff. Not really say anything into to him, but just kind of like he looks at me, smile. But yeah,
Light some incense, show some respect, and give him his space.
and then
And
go down and study those things,
the
mushrooms and
the
the stuff.
cool. Um,
Yeah,
and
because Hamame probably sees that Winter's distraught and just out loud be like, "Anybody read the story up on the ceiling? You guys read that?"
I haven't. What does it say? What did you get from it? It was a warthog.
Well, yeah, and I'll just start like walking him through the story of it, kind of like, and the humans and we're helping the dragons help the humans. And you can see here, here's these books, and I think there's actually some in that chest over there still. You can see right there in that picture. I think some are in there. It looks like they were doing like sort of ritual thing here.
Is that
Um,
brown cloth near Winter by any chance that has the writing on it?
So the brown cloth doesn't have writing on it,
Oh,
but
it didn't.
let's say for convenience sake, it's within arm's reach, right at the base of the pedestal by the human.
I'm going to look at it. Do I discern anything out of it?
Roll me investigation. And Yakasame,
yeah,
are you still kind of paying attention to Winter a bit?
yeah.
Roll me
He's gotta
history
tell the
with
story to everyone.
disadvantage for me real quick.
Yeah. 10.
10, okay. And then Jupiter, you're studying those mushrooms, but would you be paying any mind to Winter? Like glancing
Probably.
up at him every once in a while or anything?
Yeah, make sure he's okay, kind of thing, like any friend would do.
Also, history with disadvantage. 10 and 10.
Hey.
So Winter, of everything in this chamber, this cloth is the most recent thing that's been placed here. There's a bit of dust on it, but not the hundreds or maybe thousands of years that the rest of this chamber has. If you had to guess, it might have even been the last few decades. You've been in abandoned houses and seen fabric and chairs and things like that have been left there for decades before, and this seems to have been purposefully torn and placed here, almost like a token of respect or mourning or something. It's thick fabric, something you'd expect to see on some type of robe or cloak. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Kinda. You said it's like under the corner of the chest.
No, like this was placed kind of between the chest and the pedestal, right at the base of the pedestal by the eggs and the human who was down. Like if you imagine this circular pedestal in the middle with the humanoid, and you're kind of facing it, the chest is maybe 10 feet away from it, towards the entrance you guys came in. And in that gap, near the edge of the eggs, this was placed there.
And like size wise,
Mm-hmm.
like a hand, maybe. Piece of cloth, like the size of a hand, or like.
Kind of like the palm of a hand in size, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Just trying to get an idea of like, is it a little scrap? Is it like
You know, I'm
pant
tempted.
leg?
I'm tempted to not. I'm tempted to just go with the higher rolls on you guys, and not leave it at a 10, because I think those 10s are lame. What do you guys think? Should I throw you guys a fun clue?
Sure.
I'll take a clue.
I'll
That's
take
such a
anything.
raging clue.
Winter, that person you were out looking for in these hills was said to be wearing a brown robe. Yakasame, you have this glimpse of a memory of an old man that you ran into on the road way before you met any of these people, before you even met Katsu and Awarthon, who was wearing a tattered and torn brown robe. If you recall.
I do. I believe I was very nice to him, and then we passed.
Mm-hmm. So, not conclusive, but it seems a little too convenient.
But you said it seems like it's been here for decades.
Winter knows that. But he picked it up and probably brushed the dust off to examine it, I'd assume.
When I did my investigation, I did.
Yeah, 16's
So-
pretty good.
So if I
What
see
I'm
you
going to
like
do now-
investigating it, Winter, that piece of cloth looks very familiar. I think I've seen somebody wear that before.
I'm listening to him, but as I'm listening, I'm gonna fold it. I'm gonna place it back where it was, and then I'm actually going to take my family crest and place it in the center of it.
Cool.
And as I do that, internal monologue once again. While I may not have been here for you when you needed it, or when you're off screen, know that any other child. Night, love you. Alright. Sorry, guys.
You're
You know,
fine.
I'll met those last four.
And I love you.
Yeah.
All right, good night. Love you
um,
too, man. No worries.
Know that any other child will always have an ally with myself. And as I do that, I'm going to take out Razor Wing, and I'm going to do a nice little flip with it, slam it on the ground, and take an inbow.
Awesome. So for this crest, is it like the pin for your cloak or something like
Yeah,
that?
it's
Okay.
it's like the pin to my cloak.
Cool.
I'll just have to tie it now, but
I mean, you can put a piece of string or whatever. There's all kinds of ways to bind a cloak. Cool.
for right now, I'm just gonna tie it.
And then you said you put the cloth back kind of where it was.
Yeah, I folded it.
Cool. Here. So Winter does an obvious kind of token and sign of respect to this kind of shrine here. Jupiter was playing with mushrooms and then noticed the cloth. And Jupiter, roll me nature for me.
Nature.
Yeah. Yeah, these are definitely weird mushrooms. You haven't discovered the properties of them yet, but you've definitely kind of ruled out, like, oh, they're not going to instantly kill me, and they're not the classic thing that I could just have heal me right away. But besides that, you don't know the function of them yet.
Okay.
And then Yakasame, you were talking about the old man that you ran into. Do you want to say some more details about it while Winter's doing his thing?
Not really. Just kind of when he was investigating that, I would have let him know that I had seen someone wearing that, and then I'd probably kind of look at it myself, but not really pick it up like he did.
Just take
I'm looking at everything as like a whole right now. She's not like touching anything. She's like seeing why things are laid out where they are and things like that.
Cool. If you want to roll an investigation, you can. Otherwise, no need to.
And no need. She's probably looking at it.
Cool.
And after I do my gesture, I turn to Yakasame and I say, "An old man."
Yeah, I saw him on the road. I was walking along, and then we crossed paths. He was really nice. I don't remember what we talked
How long ago?
about. It was a while ago. It was before I met Awarthon here, or Katsu, or you guys. How long ago was that at this point?
It was months.
A couple months.
Would I have known how much dust would have built up in
One
that amount
second.
of time?
So as you guys are talking, you can hear Jupiter kind of chanting in the corner, facing the chest, seemingly about to cast a spell aimed at the chest. And
You alright there, Jupiter?
I turn around.
I rolled a 2.
And Jupiter, I'll leave it up to you with that bad of a roll. If they catch, I mean, I think they catch you mid cast.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. Like,
There's no way.
yeah. I'm just gonna finish it up and just be like, you guys were having a moment. I didn't want to disturb you.
So
I was curious though.
So Jupiter's casting. You guys have an opportunity to try and dissuade him while he's finishing it up.
My opportunity is going to be ready chromatic orb and tell him to get the fuck away from it. That's not his.
I'm not stealing. I'm just curious. But okay.
I'm curious
walk
too,
away from
honestly.
The chest.
Can we not open the chest?
Do you not see any of this right now?
I do, but I mean, as far as I could tell from the murals, the tomes that are in there were used in some sort of ritual in this place. With
So I'm
humans and
curious
dragons.
what these tomes are. As the story was told, I am a seeker of knowledge.
And what do you guys remember of? This will be Wathan. And what do you guys think of the mural with the tomes? Like, what do you think it's saying to do exactly?
Well, it looks like it's to bring the human and dragon souls together. From what I can see from the picture. Or it probably helps in the process anyway.
I can agree with that.
I mean, I have my book of spells, and it kind of works the same way. Kinda.
So, can I finish the spell, Winter? I won't take anything. You can watch me. I just am curious for the knowledge.
And if anybody wants, they could roll a history. Again, DM throwing a bone here.
Yeah, I'll roll a history.
You remember the depiction of those tomes that there was one egg being held. And that's the only time when you saw a bunch of people holding multiple tomes. There were images of, humanoid holding tome and like doing magic with dragons and things like that. But as far as when there was a bunch of people holding tomes, there was that one egg being held.
Well, I thought you said the ceiling has tomes.
Yeah,
People
same
holding
wall
tomes.
art.
Okay.
It's
Do
up
I
there too.
know?
Yeah.
Do
You
I know
seem
what color the egg was?
There was no color identified. It was just seemingly an egg.
I mean, no offense, Winter, but you seem so attached to these dragon eggs and dragons and stuff that perhaps this could help bring them back if that's what you're looking for.
I'm
Now,
going
I
to
don't.
grab.
You seem to know more than we do, Winter, but if I had to guess from the reading, it looks like there's a ritual that has yet to be performed. I mean, the tome is here, the eggs are here, the bodies are here.
We could definitely make dragons more, if that's what it's putting out there, make dragons more common in the world again. Definitely. I think that'd be good.
And as they're
I
saying
don't.
that, Winter, what pops in your mind, which is interesting, the image that was the wrong path was where they were taking, or where they was holding a bunch of eggs, and the right path was where they were holding one.
I'm going to grab one that's like 50-50, green and bronze,
Cool.
So,
and I'm gonna cradle it, and I'm gonna put the axe away. And I'll give Jupiter a nod.
and I'll finish my spell.
And as soon as you pick that egg up, you hear what sounds like spells going off in the peripherals of this chamber. One thing, in the back far side of the room from where you entered, a line appears vertically along the stone wall, and two big stone doors open inward. In addition, after another moment of rumbling and spells going off, the chest opens.
What do I find?
If you're lumen on that chest, it is full of books. All of them different, though. They all have very different bindings.
I would thoroughly like to investigate
Yes.
each and every.
If you don't want us to take them anywhere, can we spend maybe a couple more hours studying them while we're in here?
Do I remember the image where they hold the books?
In the image, they were each holding a book, all of them kind of different designs. None of them match perfectly with the ones in this box, but from what you can tell.
Do I see the
There was
one that
one book
matches?
per hand.
Oops, sorry. Winter, what did you say first?
It was one book per hand, right?
Correct. Each person had a book. And then,
And
Yakasame, what was your question?
Yeah, you were saying when I investigated the ceiling, there was like a certain tome, like a face thing or something on it, and I recognized it being in the box.
It was more of you recognize similar style of binding and design on the books as on the trunk. Essentially,
Okay.
as a hint, as the trunk probably has these tomes.
Okay, okay.
Is there anything medical related in the tomes, or what do they depict?
And when you're investigating these tomes, are you just like digging through, picking them up, and flipping through, or is it
I,
like judging through the
I
cover through afar, not touching them yet, or what's
that
your?
one. I'm not touching anything yet.
Yeah,
Looking
I
in
was just
there.
kind of looking there.
And then Winter, are you also looking in the chest at all, or are you focused on the egg you picked up?
I'm focused on the egg that I picked up.
Sounds good. Um, let's just call this investigation for Jupiter and Yakasame. You each roll me one.
Oh,
4
that's a
and
disadvantage.
17. All right. So you, I'll start with Jupiter here. Looking at the bindings, nothing jumps out as medical. Um, it's writ like the writing's in a very strange symbols you haven't seen before. Um, but yeah, nothing looks medical from what you can tell just by looking at the bindings and the patterns. And then
I'm gonna tell
Yakasame,
Yakasame. If you see anything that looks like it could be plant or medical related, let me know. I want it.
Yeah.
what were you looking for specifically?
Spell books.
They're all spell books.
Like they all have lots of spells in
They're
them.
all different spell books.
Okay. In that case, I guess I would be looking for maybe an Arcana check to find a certain school of magic. If that, or if I could read, like I don't know. Are there like words on these books at all?
There are words, but again, they are not written in anything that you've seen before.
Um, and I don't think I have anything that can tell.
Can you speak up a little louder? The mic's cutting out.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think I have anything that can tell me the
I think you do.
uh oh yeah, I do.
I think
Yeah,
you both do.
yeah, I'll comprehend it. I'll comprehend
I
it.
don't. I don't have comprehend language.
Oh, you have tongues.
Well, yeah,
Yep.
and this is wait, you also understand any written language? Yeah. Nice. But I have to touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I'm gonna cast tongues and just tell Yakasame to read out loud in the language. Or wait, no, she can translate it. Huh? Never
yeah,
mind.
She can
Never mind. I'm not
translate
gonna
it,
cast that.
but yeah, she can translate and understand it, but you can't speak what you can read. Does that make sense? It's
yeah.
like reading and catching a foreign language, but not being able to just say it. Um,
Okay.
And
so
I
you
would like
can
to just go through and just touch each of these books and try to see what each is about.
okay. Every time you touch one of these tomes, you can feel a spark of just magic emanating up through your fingertips. There's you have never touched any magical tomes, anything like this. Your book of spells is nothing compared to these as far as power, just pure magical emanation goes. Um, you can understand the words on there, the gists of them, but again, the grammar is kind of janky, and there might be some sort of secret codes or something. But you can kind of get the gist of like this one is for like longevity of life. This one is for, um, harnessing strength and power. Um, Essentially, any type of general category that you would be interested in magic. Um, Now, Jupiter, what was the type of tomes you were looking for? You said medical or nature?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything, kind of, if that popped out.
Now, would longevity of life fall under that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That and then hold on, I'll whisper it to you because it's secret related.
And then Yakasame, is there any particular type of magic or type of spells or anything generally
Yeah.
that you're thinking of or trying to find?
Yeah, something to strengthen a bond of spirits. If there's anything along those lines,
Yeah, there happens to be something that you think looks like spirit join, is what you can discern.
I'm gonna hand the Longevity of Life book to um, Jupiter. I think you may be looking for this one. I don't know what's in it, but I think it's about living for a long time or something. That might help. This one here, though, this one's about um, soul joining.
Okay.
Um, this one's about, I don't know, getting strong. Just, just really about really anything you'd like to do with magic.
Any to deal with sickness or disease.
Um,
Cop cop DM.
So, let's see. So you found the one with longevity of life. That could be it. Like I said, I'm gonna actually have you roll one more investigation.
yeah. Little memento. Not bad.
Nothing specifically says disease. But one of them does mention death power.
Death
That one too.
power. Here you go.
Now I just gotta learn to translate them.
So you pull out two books. Jupiter was holding Longevity of Life, and as soon as you hand him the second book, where now he's holding two, the trunk starts to close, and there becomes a kind of whirling and buzzing starting up.
I'm gonna drop one of the books.
And the trunk stops its closing motion, and the humming kind of idles.
Looks like you only get one book, Jupiter. I picked the book up, put it back in there.
I'm gonna stick with the longevity of life one.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the soul join one. Also, I guess if I could look, is there? Nah, I can't really think of anything. Oh. Maybe like, is there any spells to go against magic or other spells? Cough, cough, counterspell.
I'm just gonna have you roll one more investi real quick, and then we'll pass
Yeah,
over
yeah.
to Winter.
No worries.
What would well, here's the thing. What would a Warthorn be doing?
Hawthorne is just in awe, writing in his book, drawing and writing.
Give him the disease book so I can still get that one eventually.
But yeah, essentially he's standing back, just like taking furious notes and almost this complacent, not complacent, like distant trance.
I'm gonna put the longevity of life book just kind of like in his arms as he's writing, and then go back and pick up the other book that I had to drop earlier.
He almost falls over when you plop it in his arms. Like he almost falls forward. He did not see that book coming, and it's thick. So...
Thick book.
I'm just gonna be like, hold on to this. I want it
Well,
later, but I can only have one.
What do you... Don't do that. And
Knowledge.
he sets the book down at his feet so he can keep taking notes.
Don't lose that.
And sorry, Yakazame, you were looking for what type again?
Sort of spells that like,
Counter spells.
oh, yeah, they go against magic.
There's something in there that looks like it just it doesn't say going against magic, but it kind of implies like unknown magic, if that makes sense.
I think I'll leave. I'll say to Winter, You may want to check out this soul joining one, but I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna take the unknown magic one.
What was the other one that I had that I dropped before?
Death power.
Shit. I want both of them.
Okay.
So get ready to run.
So you've got longevity
Oh.
of
I'm
life
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
for a Warthon.
Yeah.
Yes.
You, Yakasame said you plan to give the soul book to Winter. And
if he-
Winter, how do you react to that statement?
There was 2 doors that opened up in front of me, right?
Yeah, across the way. And these doors, way bigger than the door you came in before. It's like a 10 by 15 door. Double doors.
And there's 2 of them, right? They're
Yeah,
not joined.
they both open inward, if that makes sense. Double doors opening inward. Big, thick old stone doors.
The person carrying the egg didn't have a book, right?
He did have a book.
He did.
Mm-hmm. It showed in the art almost him holding a book and the egg on top of it. Like he was carrying both.
Yeah, I guess I'll take a look at the chest also.
Okay. So
He said soul joining.
I think that's what it says on there.
that's kind of the message you can discern from the cover. Flipping through, it's gibberish at this point, if you were to flip through.
Yeah.
Should we read them?
He's already touched them, so I can't touch them anymore. If he gives them to me, it's...
Well, nothing seemed to freak out when he handed one to a Warthon, though he hasn't grabbed the other book out yet. So,
I guess I'll just look in the chest myself.
Okay. And is there any... Do you have comprehend languages at all?
Nope.
So I'm going to have you just roll Arcana. And is there anything in particular you're looking for?
In all honesty, this is going to be something that I'm taking a leap of faith on. So as I'm reaching into it, kind of like how you've seen people put their hand
You're
over
Indiana
something.
Jones in it.
Yeah, I'm
Gotcha.
Indiana Jones in it.
All right, roll me your choice, Arcana or Religion.
They are both the same.
Okay, and then let me do a roll here.
Are you gonna do a leap of faith in Arcana?
I'm feeling the energy book giving off as I'm holding the egg.
Okay. So you're just going for it. I'll say there's a couple different types of energy you feel. One of them feels familiar, like just elemental power. That's the one you seem to be drawn to that's in the trunk. And again, Yakasame is holding the one that says soul joining and has not reached in to swap for the one that's unknown-y magic. So you kind of sense and are drawn to the one that feels just like elemental power. But Yakasame did also mention something about like soul joining.
I'll take this one.
What do Winter?
I'm gonna put my hand over the soul joining one and see how that feels.
And then why don't you just roll me another Arcana there, boy?
Boyo.
One of them, so the one with the elemental power feels akin to you holding your axe, but as soon as you touch the soul joining one, you can feel almost like you're being drawn into the egg, and the egg drawn to you.
Well, as soon as I feel that feeling, I just instinctually grab that one.
And I'll grab the unknown.
All right, let me update these notes here. Soul joining book for winter. Unknown magic book for Yakusamis.
Dead people one for me. And longevity.
Yeah, what did I call it? It was it Power of Death or something like that?
Death power.
Yeah.
Death Power. Yep.
I am gonna let Yakasame know what I felt off of the one
I think
in there.
that book's the one that we saw in the pictures, but
It
I'm
does
not sure
look
what it
similar.
does.
Not exact, but it does look very similar.
I think we should wait to read them. Or should we do them here around the pedestal?
I think around the pedestal would be best. But can we take a break for like 5 minutes? I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah, let's make
Oh.
it 15,
Yeah, I was
actually.
gonna say,
Chill.
Yeah.
good call.
Yes. So, good
Not
call.
everything
I always
is
get
easy.
wrapped up and I never want to stop. So.
I know, we're all excited.
All right.
I see it.
Back in
Something's
15.
about to happen. Anyone back?
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
Watching a little bit of Swagger Soul's stream. His highlights from he streamed what's it called the other day? The Sea Game with the Leviathans and the Stalkers. Subnautica, that's it.
I don't know who that is.
Mm. It's a fun game.
Is it just on PC?
I think it's on Xbox too.
Isn't the game with the pirates?
No, that's Sea of Thieves. Subnautica is like it's a single player game. Where you're stuck on an alien planet and you have to try and escape, but it's like an underwater alien planet. It's pretty cool.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
Pretty sure it's free if you have Xbox Game Pass.
I have a PlayStation.
Oh, is it on PlayStation?
What game?
Subnautica?
Yeah, I think it came out on.
Yeah, it did. How much
It
is
has
it?
the DLC with it.
Mm-hmm. Try to see if I can find the price. Oh, yeah.
Is everybody back?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure.
I don't know what that was. I heard it. Yeah.
Sharon. Sharon.
It is $30 on PS4.
What is?
Subnautica.
Oh, I've wanted to play that one.
It's a fun one.
I
I've
love
beaten
scuba.
it
That's
all
the scuba diving one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the alien planet, scuba dive, everything. It's fun.
Scuba diving was one of my favorite hobbies in college. Fucking love scuba diving. Anybody
I
else
wish
here scuba dive?
No, I never did anything like that.
I've been scuba diving once, but that was it.
Hmm.
It's when I went to Hawaii.
Oh, that's
land
that's
animal
luxury
most of my life.
diving. That's what that is.
It was nice.
I bet. Now my the deepest dive I did was Puget Sound, and I'm gonna stall for a little bit while my tea's brewing because I realized my box of tea was gone. I had to go find my secret stash of like 8 more tea bags. Need to order some more fucking tea. So I'm gonna stall for a minute. But fun story is actually when I was getting my open water license, or like for ocean diving, and we're down there with our dive team, and I'm with my dive buddy, and some of the people when they get down to the bottom kind of panic, and we're depending on the slope and how spread out you are, we're 70 to 90 feet down.
jeez.
Visibility is pretty decent. You know, you could probably see 50 feet, but then when you get down to the bottom, there's all this silt and soot and wherever the hell you call it. And some of the new people, this is their first license and my second license, they start panicking and like moving their fins a shitload to try and like align themselves, so they just turn the whole fucking thing into a cloud where you cannot see your hand in front of your face unless you're touching your goggles. So then we all kind of start like drifting a little bit deeper and nobody can see each other. The drive instructor is trying to use sign language to like count everybody up. A few people panic and like bolt to the surface. But in a situation like that, you're supposed to sit down if you're at the bottom. So I sat, and I'm sitting there, and then suddenly where I'm sitting, I just kind of dropped 2 to 3 more feet, even though I was already sitting on what I thought was solid surface. And by that time, the dust cloud had kind of dissipated a bit, and everybody around me is like doing underwater screaming and doing the sign for octopus and pointing, and then pointing at me. And apparently I'd sat on a giant Pacific Northwest octopus for like 5 minutes. Just chilling on it. And that feeling of me sinking down another couple of feet was it just taking off. And I saw it in the distance. It was a pretty big one. Not the biggest one we saw that day, but that shit was cool.
Oh, so you had a moment with an octopus.
Yeah. Octopus chair, dude.
So I'm assuming it didn't wrap you in its tentacles.
No, it kind of tried to pretend to be a rock, a squishy rock, and then it just left.
Man, there's someone somewhere who got very disappointed in that story.
Yep.
I know, right?
Hey, I'm glad I didn't get fucking attacked by a giant octopus underwater. That would have sucked.
Man, you should be happy other things didn't happen with that octopus.
Some hentai.
No hentai here.
Some
That's where I was
hentai.
going with it the entire time.
Mm-hmm. So I sat on this octopus's face, right?
For like 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes. And then it drops me down low.
Like real low.
Everybody starts crowding around, cheering and screaming underwater in Japanese.
And then I'm
You
just
guys heard
sitting
of
there
the
like,
game
money?
Journey?
Heard of? I heard.
Yeah,
have you heard of
It's
Journey?
free.
Have you heard of the game Journey?
Oh yeah,
Like, come away,
Good.
my son.
that's the one where you walk around the desert.
Is that all you do?
I think so.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
No.
there'll be peace when you were done.
I've
Heard really good things about it though.
It's supposed to be epic.
Bannifer Interactive Collection, $142 for literally every DLC it's ever had, I guess.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot.
Yeah. Oh no, wait, that's the creator of the game, the publisher.
Great.
Every
Don't
every
touch
game
it.
the publishers.
Dakota just dropped something.
Dakota just like busted my office door down, and like almost
Throws tea at
spilled.
you?
Yeah, he like spilled tea on the floor and like just busted the fucking door open. The window's open, the door opens real easy.
No, it's not that. It was the fact that even though I lifted my foot this far off the ground, Hermione somehow managed to get under it still.
Oh,
God dang it.
underfoot corgi attacks.
I'm just
Uh-huh.
like, what do I do? I can't stop.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Mine.
Um,
Okay, here, come on. Little punk.
Go, go, go! Alright, now that I have sustenance, we can resume.
I hear the chattering of Corey paws.
Yep. I swear, those corgis, no matter how often we trim their nails, this is like too long perpetually.
Yeah. It is just how it is with corgis.
Yep. Maybe it's to give them traction in the mud. I don't know. Supposed to be herding cows, right?
The one evolution they've gained.
I don't know if I call it evolution, more like humans fucking with animals. Just
Yeah.
messing them up.
Fair enough.
The queen's
But
like,
yeah.
I want them to pitter and patter through my palace.
I want to hear them.
When they run, I want it to be like a little pittery stampede. Like,
Only breed the ones with the long nails.
I want to paint their nails with gold. And rinse them in the tears of my subjects.
And Silver Queen? No, none of that second place shit.
No, get platinum and gold. All right. So where we left off, you all have a tome. Winter has an egg. And so now you've each got a tome. Aworthon has one on its feet. You're kind of examining your books, and Aworthon picks up his book, and then the chest slams shut. So you've each got one and an egg.
Yeah.
And Winter, you were describing to Yakasame kind of the sensation you had when you were holding that egg and that soul book.
Yeah, I remember. That's why I grabbed it so fast.
Should we kind of get in position, like in the murals?
We can try.
What do you think, Jupiter? Aworthon?
I
Or need your
think,
help too, Aworthon?
I think reading the books around the pedestal and maybe setting the egg on it would be good.
Well, it looks like you can, at least from the pictures, you're supposed to hold the egg on the book.
You mean the book on the egg?
DM, could you clarify?
It seems like they're carrying the egg on the book, but it doesn't really seem like they're doing too much of a ritualistic act. More like we're all holding books and an egg.
Doing it.
The depictions and carvings with ritual, they're not drawn in a way where it really shows you what to say or where to stand or what to do.
Right.
More of just, and it looks like there might even be depicting a few different rituals. You know, some of them all around a dragon. There's the one with the souls merging of a dragon and a human. There might be several rituals in this place that they do.
Well, should we just read them? Start reading?
Yeah, I suppose so. And I open up the book.
Wathan's already trying to read his. Okay. Now for this, I'm just going to have you, if you're all trying to read your books, just roll me intelligence.
Oh
Yep.
no. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong thing.
Oh, I did a save.
I'm a very wise person, but I'm not very intelligent. Are we supposed to do a save?
Doesn't matter right now. I was saying to just do an intelligence roll, not a save, but that's okay. It's just to
It
give
should
me
be
an idea.
one less. It's actually a 9.
Is it 9? Okay. And a Wathan. 2 GM. Cool. So, Jay, you've never seen a book like this quite before, but you are familiar with trying to read old, indiscernible books. And you recall in the past that sometimes there would be a cipher involved with some of these more difficult books. And a cipher you are not. Yakasame, this book has some really badass pictures in it. Similar art style as you see on the walls. Some of it you're just like, what the hell is going on in this book? And again, you're able to get some of the words a bit, but like some of the tome, or I mean, like your ancient tome before you kind of got to understand it, seems like there's more than just what's written in the text. Winter, you've studied magic in a more classic arcane sense through your childhood, so this isn't too much of a foreign concept to you. But you're able to discern by going through this book, this thing is going to take a while to figure out. Probably even multiple days if you were just reading it straight, if not longer.
Okay.
It is a thick, complicated book filled with characters and languages you've never seen, and seemingly some type of arcane puzzles to figure out what they're really saying, like any tome would be properly made.
I think we're gonna need some help with these books, guys.
I can agree, because as wise as I am, intelligent I am not.
I've encountered hard books before, but none quite like this. I don't know if it's older or just different. Normally in my past, when I would find or study something like this, we would have either a cipher trying to translate it or one who had recently translated it.
Recent.
Are any of you have skills like this? Decoding old languages, lost languages, things like that?
I mean,
It
I
would
think with
depend.
enough time, I probably could, but it would take me
Can
a
we-
long
I
time.
just
Can I depict what language my book is in?
With a 4? No. Sorry. But,
Can I with my comprehend languages?
Yakasame, I'll give you a bit more of a hint.
You also understand any written language that
Yeah,
What
if you
is
were to
the-
look at the symbols and the bit that you know, um, it's it's pretty similar to what that little girl was speaking. The one in the cellar.
I was gonna say the other one was speaking Elvish. What are you talking about?
The one in the cellar.
This is foreign language.
Like, there's some stuff that looks kind of like draconic, some stuff that looks a little dwarven, a little elvish, and some kind of weird other stuff. All of it ancient, supposedly, because it doesn't just read straight through.
Well, maybe we can find someone who can help us with this, or find a. You said cipher.
Yeah. Have none of you heard of a cipher before? And he looks over to Jupiter and Winter.
Yes, I
Yeah.
have, but I don't know any in this area. None that I can remember, at least.
I mean, the closest one I'm aware of is months away. Winter, what were you saying?
Yeah, I know it's Cypher. As I'm saying that and I'm talking to him, I'm looking through my left eye, which had that creature fly into it to see if I can see anything out of it.
Cool. With
I
your
know
left
this.
eye, it is still black at this point, but go ahead and roll me 2d20.
2d20?
Mm-hmm. Cool. Thank you.
But yeah, the only ones that I knew of were no, we couldn't use those.
I do know of a sage. I don't know where he is, but I do know he is in this area. Perhaps he could be of assistance to us.
Well, it
Who's-
kind of reminds me of that language that little girl spoke. The cellar that we found.
Oh, I didn't understand her either.
Neither did I, entirely. Maybe if someone knows something about her, they can
And
help.
yeah, Kasami, you're a little quiet again. Just a little quiet.
Sorry.
It's okay. It just cuts out when you get that quiet. I think he said maybe the little girl knows something.
Yeah, or somebody that knows her may be able to help.
Perhaps.
And Jupiter, you never actually interacted with the girl, did you?
I did.
Oh, you did. You went
I
down.
tried to lift
That's
her up,
right.
but
You tried to
I
lift her
couldn't
up.
do anything else.
Yeah.
I didn't like her.
Yeah, you didn't like her at all. I thought she was ugly. All right.
What do I remember about that sage from? Because I remember it vaguely from a couple sessions ago. You said there was a sage kind of guy out in this area. I think I
Yeah.
was going to talk to him about medicine and stuff.
You remember till you heard rumors that you were following that kind of led you up here of an old man who walks around barefoot in tattered brown robes that kind of imbues intelligence and also knows some type of ancient, almost anti-necrotic magic from what you've discerned.
Yes.
And that he just travels around all over the place. He's seen all over, but not too long ago, from what you've got in your rumors, whether or not they're true or not, he seemed to have been in these hills.
You probably heard me talking about the old man that I encountered a couple months ago. Talking about the scrap of cloth that was on the ground. It seemed similar.
I see. I think I have a spell that can help us locate him because I think he might be able to help us, but we're going to have to rest before I can use it.
Do you think he's still here?
I think he might be close, but I think in this general area, because I was tracking him in these mountains that were under
Well, maybe
of
we should
where
go through the doors and see what's on the other side. Maybe he's over there.
that
Maybe he
is
can help.
true. I was going to use the spell clairvoyance on the item, the brown cloak, because I think it might belong to him, because it tells that he walked barefoot and wore brown robes. So,
Pretty good idea.
but I have to rest first.
How long? How long do you think you need to rest for?
Like just 3-4 hours, so I can commune with my god to have my spells
Now,
and
do you
stuff
reset on a
prepared.
short rest or a long rest?
I think I can reset on a or change my or set my spells on a short rest.
Can
I'm
you
not sure.
double check that for me real quick?
Yeah,
Should just be in the cleric section.
yeah.
While he's doing that, can we see out of the doors any?
Yeah. It looks like a sloping path upward. Very wide.
An
What you can see.
ascending path.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, only a long rest. Or wait, hold on. Preparing a new list of cleric spells requires time spent in prayer and meditation, at least 1 minute per spell level for each spell on your list.
Is that just the ones you're changing or the ones you have total?
It
I
just says preparing a new list of cleric spells requires time spent in prayer and meditation, at least 1 minute per spell.
Let me just pull it up too.
Because it says long rest, but it also says list of cleric spells.
So I can't remember at the top of my head. Preparing and casting spells. Okay.
Because it seems like a double-edged sword, because it says as soon as you finish a long rest, but it also says preparing a new list of cleric spells requires time spent in prayer and meditation, at least 1 minute per spell level for each spell on your list.
Yeah. The main thing on here is the wording. So for example, during a long rest, you can swap the types of spells that you have in your list that you can pull from. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they are prepared. And you can change. Wait, hold on. Yeah, you can change your list of prepared spells when you finish a long rest. That's the key wording there.
Okay, so I have to long rest before I can,
Swap it.
because I can have 10 spells,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure I can just pull from the whole spell list.
Essentially, yeah, and that's the thing is you do the long rest and you can swap out which spells you have prepared.
Okay. So yes, I need to rest for quite a while.
I could be wrong, but it looks like the wording.
Yeah, for sure. What is a verbal long rest now?
I believe it's 8, but you can double check.
Well, they're part elves, so that's why I wonder.
I thought Furbles were giant.
They're giant elf. Because I can speak Elven. That's a part of my languages. So I assume they're just part.
I'll say meta-wise, furbolgs have a very interesting history,
Yeah, we'll go with that.
and there's multiple types.
Yeah, there's a shit ton of them.
Yep. If you had the meditation short rest, I would have added it to your sheet, so it will be 8-hour rest, not 4.
Okay.
For example, a Warthon has it's trance, is what it's called. So trance lets you just rest for 4 hours instead of 8.
Okay. Well then, yes, I'd need to rest for 8 hours, and I don't know how long we've been inside this maze, or what even time it is.
I don't think any of us really do.
Hard to tell when you're underground, and none of you are underground folk.
Yeah.
At least an hour. Um, waiting for Dax took an hour, and then maybe another hour.
Meta-wise, would we be tired? Like, genuinely?
I mean, you haven't done anything exhausting, and there was some food prepared during. You had a short rest earlier. Like, it's like you're on an underground hike. So,
Okay. So we haven't been up for hours from what we can.
I mean, you've been up
physically
for
tell.
hours, but you can get through a pretty long day without being like super tired or exhausted.
Badass.
Okay.
I don't know if a Warthon identifies as a badass, but sure. Like, imagine you woke up at the crack of dawn. You had some planning that you did. You traversed quite a while in these caves, so it's at least been several hours, if not longer. I won't give you the exact time at this moment.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then you've spent, time with that short rest while you summoned Dax. You made some food. You guys have been in this chamber probably at least an hour at this point, if not longer. Just examining, cleaning the eggs off. Like, time's flying.
So, what color are the doors that appeared? Are they the same color?
Oops, sorry. You said what color was what?
Are they the same color, or?
Yep, they are the same color. What's cool about these particular big doors, on one side you have a huge depiction. I mean, huge is relative. But big depiction of a bronze dragon on the right door, and a big depiction of a green dragon on the left door.
And so this cloth again is just between the pedestal or is it
Yeah,
between the chest and
it's
the.
between the chest and the pedestal, close to the pedestal, not quite touching the eggs, and it's currently wrapped around Winter's crest that he had taken off his cloak pin, and wrapped in the cloth and set back down.
Can I cut a piece of that cloth off, that cloak? So when we do rest, I can use it to find the owner.
Probably a good idea. What do you think, Winter? I don't want
If
to
you do it, I
mess up
don't see
anything.
it.
I don't even need the item, do I? Oh no, I do need a focus.
We may find him anyway. I mean,
Yeah, we could.
Huh?
I don't need a focus actually, now that I'm looking through my spell book and stuff. I don't need any of the cloak, so we're okay. I just need the thought of the cloak.
in that case, are we ready to check out what's through those doors?
Let's head to our right. And I'm gonna Baby Yoda carry this egg.
Cool. So, you guys go through the doorway at the far side of the chamber, and as you go through it, the doors close behind you. And you can see the doors from the maze closing behind you too. And they seal. Up ahead of you is this kind of textured slope, not quite a staircase, going up and kind of spiraling up to the right and then turning up to the left. And it goes quite a ways. It's not lit. It's completely black.
I'll use dancing lights.
Okay. You can see that this was carved from stone, but has been kind of worn over time, as though there's been a lot of traffic through here. Maybe scuffs and such into the floor and the walls. Do you follow the path upward?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
certainly.
really no other way to go.
Okay. You can turn around and mess with the door, but so you keep going up, and you follow it for quite a while. It kind of keeps going up, shifting kind of left and right, but keeping that upward trajectory. And then you come to a spot where there is obviously a blockage of boulders and stones. Looks like a cave-in. Jupiter, with your observantness, you can see that it is blocked, but there's a couple spots where you could probably try and climb through the boulders.
Me specifically, with how large I am, or a smaller person?
You see it. You could probably get through if you squeezed.
Okay.
And do you tell everybody else?
No, yeah, for sure.
Okay. So Jupiter
Well.
points out the spot where it looks like a large animal if they were wiggly enough.
I have an idea.
Sorry, a medium animal, if they're wiggly enough, could kind of crawl over a few boulders and down underneath, but you don't know where it goes.
Yakasame, can you do one of those Yogurasukutomore blasts at it?
Well, his name's Yoritsun Agatamore. And I could, but I don't know. Will that maybe? It might just collapse the hole.
That's a good idea.
Maybe is Dax around?
Yeah, I have him beside me. I'm gonna have him climb up there gingerly and kind of take a look around and see how it all looks.
Cool. And roll me a survival for Dex.
That is
Wisdom.
Yep, that is a.
It's not a fail, but it's not great. So Dax does some graceful cat-like leaps up onto the boulder pile, blocking the passage, jumps down underneath, and sees kind of a larger path where you could kind of squeeze through. And then there's also all these little offshoots. Again, are you controlling Dax, or just seeing through their eyes, or just sent him off?
I was seeing through his eyes, but I was also kind of taking in the surrounding myself as he was walking through it.
Okay. So Dax was on the larger path, and then sees a really cool looking nook where they could hop through that's way smaller. So Dax jumps through the smaller nook and follows that path for a while, and then eventually comes out the other side. When they come out the other side, they do see there's a larger exit as well, but they didn't take that path. If that makes sense. I mean, how can you resist a narrow cat tunnel? I mean, really.
Who knows? I could. Alright, I'm gonna ask to go through the larger.
You can feel disappointment. like, really? You won't let me go? He's not saying it, but you've had the feeling but I totally want to go back through the awesome tight path. Or try and find a new tight path. Or
And you can go through it after we... Stop arguing with me for a second. You can go through that when we get to that point, okay? I'll let you do it.
Cat's actually grumpy now. Dax's ears are back. Eyes are furrowed. And
They're
Dax,
completely dilated.
yeah, just dilated, grumpy ass cat, and jumps down and super slowly hops around all the little nooks and crannies, crawling under stuff that you guys would have to get on your belly to get through, but you probably could. Pausing and sighing, licking their legs and crotch, walking through. and eventually finally hops out of the larger entrance it came out of and comes back to you.
I'm gonna give him a scritch on the ears.
Reluctantly lets that happen.
Okay. Now that I know where we're going, I guess everyone follow me and be careful.
Is there a
And
path
that's
through
how
there?
that. Yeah, there's a path through this way we can all take. You just need to be careful.
Okay. Oh, a Warthon. You have that spell, right?
What spell?
You can make people bigger or smaller.
Yes.
Might make it easier if anyone's struggling to get through. Looks squarely at Jupiter awkwardly.
I think Yakasami just calls you fat, dude.
With your big ass.
I mean, I'm like 10 foot tall,
Yeah.
7 or 8. So I mean, I don't blame him.
Definitely an NBA player. Okay.
Yeah, let's get Shaq through this little hole in the wall. Let's just...
Okay. So, Jupiter, you lead the way. And then what order are you guys going in?
It needs to be me first since I know which way
Did I say
Dax
Winter or
took.
Jupiter? Sorry.
You
Winter
said
goes
Jupiter.
first. Winter goes first. And then who
Prep
goes
answer.
after Winter?
I can.
Then Jupi, and then Yakasami to you, or Warthon go next?
I'll let a Warthon go.
Or
Between
Warthon third.
Jupiter and I.
It's like the same order you guys did the maze in. Crazy.
Yeah, weird. Whoa.
So, yeah, all of you roll me survival.
Ooh, something I'm good at.
Since I know where I'm going, I have advantage.
Oof.
I've adjusted your DC. But not
Smart.
advantage at this point.
Quick question. Is Jupiter going through? Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna ask.
And let me roll good old Worthy here. Master of survival, by the way. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. So, Winter, you definitely know where to go. When you crawl up over the boulders, you have to, they're not smooth. This is freshly collapsed rock. There's jutting edges, sharp pieces, smaller, unstable stuff under your feet. But you can climb up, down, underneath. It kind of loops left, and then you have to crawl on your belly a bit to kind of go back up to the right. And you're almost like spiraling, crawling through this uncomfortable, tight boulder passage. You get you slip a couple times crawling through and just kind of like fall on your elbows. You got some armor, but it does not feel good. And that being said, you don't get stuck, but you do get hung up a few times and slow everybody down a bit, even though you know where to go. It's hard to crawl with a bunch of gear and armor and carrying a dragon egg.
Yeah. Yeah.
But eventually, you pop your head out, and you can
And
see. Oh, go ahead.
whenever we get to the cat tunnel thing, until Max, he can go through.
Oh, dude, gone. Dax just and just whoomp, zigzagging around all over the fucking place in these rocks. Dax is having a blast now. Jupiter, you're really not that unused to crawling through boulders. You've been up in the mountains before. You've even found, like, in your travels where you've helped people, some people stuck under collapsed buildings, stuck in rock slides. You've come across a few caravans in that situation. So you're not only used to kind of somehow navigating your huge body through these boulders, but knowing how to kind of move stuff and then set it back where it needs to be with your strength, to where you actually are just right on Winter's ass all the way through this thing.
Good to know.
Yeah.
He needs to roll a Constitution save.
That. Yeah, roll that that noxious fume save. Something
Because
winter
I did
8.
have to squeeze. I had to
Yeah.
squeeze there at one point.
Roll me your first death save.
Winter definitely one of those times where he slipped and fell and like hit his gut on a jutting boulder, just farted right in your face. And yeah, Winter, you pop your head out, and Jupiter's right behind you on their elbows, waiting.
As soon as I smell it, sacred flame that shit.
Roll me a d20.
No, I'm kidding.
Do it.
It's done too late.
Okay.
Oh, God, that'd be funny though. This huge ass.
So,
explosion.
funny thing. The dice gods have spoken. It wasn't his fart, but there was a bit of natural gas in here. So when you do that, flame pops up and fills that entire rock tunnely spot with fire,
Nice.
enveloping the air with you and around you guys.
I cover
Um,
the egg.
Cool. You cover the egg. There's not really a super possible dex save. But I'll have you guys roll me a dex save to kind of cover up your vulnerable face and things like that.
Oh shit.
Nice. And let's check a Warthon. Nice. Okay. You guys are okay. You got a little singed. It wasn't an explosion, but it definitely burned up the air around you. It's a little hard to breathe. It's smoky. Oxygen's a bit burned out. A Wawthorn, though, Yakasame, you see him. He does not get what's happening. Hair on fire, coughing, face burned, hands burned, and he's screaming.
Can I try to smother him? Put it out.
Yeah, go right. So you're both crawling under the rocks in a tight squeeze, and you go to
Well,
smother him.
I mean, is it possible in this tight squeeze though, or like?
Please do. How are you gonna try and smother him? Like, are you like?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like,
Are you patting him with like your hands because you're resistant to fire? Like that,
yeah,
that's a thing.
as much as I could touch and like put it out. 'Cause I'm
Roll
not
me
too
He's
medicine.
resistant to
behind you,
fire.
though.
No, Worthen's ahead
So
of her.
are you?
Yeah,
Worthen's
Oh,
ahead of
I'm at
her.
the very end.
Hmm.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, you pat him out. At first he starts like waving your hands off like you're trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Does not
No,
understand.
no, no. I got it. Don't worry, Orthon.
Um, and you managed to put Warthon out without too much damage. Congratulations. But he's got teary eyes and he's just whimpering a little bit. And he tries to pick up the pace. He's just shimmying really hard. And you can see that the back of his little button-up shirt is caught on a rock, and he doesn't get that. He thinks he's like stuck.
Like starting to panic.
Yeah, he's panicking.
Um,
You can assume a Warthon's never squeezed through some boulders in his life.
Right, right. Can I roll some sort of persuasion to try to calm him down?
Yeah, we're rolling charisma. Comfort check.
Yeah, Orthon, you gotta calm down. You gotta calm down.
And it takes a moment. Then he takes a really deep breath. And then just you watch his shoulders relax, and he just plops on the ground.
That's
And
right.
then-
Give up for just a second, and then we'll keep going.
And eventually, with scrapes and bruises and tearing up his clothes, he gets through. And Yakasama, you make it through, but you definitely tatter your robe up quite a bit getting through this. You're
Aw,
fine,
dang.
but it's all torn and tattered, and you catch it on rocks. You don't give a fuck. You just keep going.
Not at all. Yeah.
It's
As
just
soon as we
Not
get
one
to the
bit.
other side, and I notice, boom, we look fancy on our adventures.
We look good.
we dripping. Okay.
Respect the drip, Karen.
Now it's unclear whether that fire that went off was winter fart or natural gas. Who knows? But you guys can pop right on out and continue up if you like.
Yeah, I was at the back, so I didn't really catch the
Yeah.
gas stuff. So it was just fire all of a sudden. What was that, guys? What happened?
I think we hit
I'm
a
gonna look
natural
in Jupiter.
gas rock right as I was trying to play a prank on our good friend here.
I just look at Jupiter and I'm like, please be careful.
Well, you see, maybe you should watch your tummy a little bit there.
Yeah, well,
I will be a bit more careful from now on, though. As you see, I'm not good with combat magic. So, yes.
I mean, I didn't mind it. I kind of like playing with fire, so I thought.
I'm just
Whatever
glad-
happened, don't ever do that again.
I'm just glad, that
If you look at Awarthon, he's like burned.
Yeah.
he's not
I'ma just
unscathed.
mend his burns and everything. Repair
Good.
his hair, make it the same length.
Roll a charisma check to see how tactfully you're going about it, real quick. That's a pretty damn good charisma check. Yeah, he accepts it. You can tell he's like glaring at you, all mean muggy, and then you start successfully tending it, and then he gives up on his little fit he was about to throw. Okay. So the adventures of crawling around a boulder cave-in have ended. I assume you all crawled out and are standing on the slope again.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me perception, whoever cares.
Can we
Oh,
all roll
shit.
one?
Yeah, you can all roll one.
You see, it's only because I.
Winter, you know this rock slide's a little odd, but Dax is a little too entertaining not to listen to and watch running through these boulders.
He's just having a good old time.
Oh yeah, just zooming around in these things like the coolest cat tunnel ever. Pops its head out, ears all back, like stealth mode, hunting mode, disappears again. Probably the most fun cat Dax has had in a long time. Probably like since that night before you woke up all hungover. Jay, aka Winter. God damn it, I'm tired. Jupiter, fuck. I need to drink my tea. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna check this. Okay. Jupiter with that amazing 24. Oh shit, sorry, I'm gonna do Yakasame. Yakasame. You see, it looks like somebody was like maybe attacking or damaging the walls around outside of this cave-in, like on the top end here. Maybe with like a pick or something. You don't know, it's kind of odd. Jupiter, it looks like some type of large beast or animal was like smashing and clawing into the walls of this tunnel and caused this cave-in.
Can I take a closer look at the hole we just crawled through?
Yeah. What are you
Um,
looking for specifically?
Is there any traces of what direction this hole was carved out?
So, you mean like the tunnel or like that hole you guys just crawled through?
Well, like the, isn't it all this like one?
Yeah, so it's like a big upward sloping winding tunnel with
Right.
kind of grooves on the bottom, and then
I meant like the whole tunnel that we crawled through.
so
A pile of rubble.
the pile of rubble that you crawled through. There
Yeah.
wasn't like a direction. It's like you guys found a random path through the rock.
Okay. Okay.
And that's totally a thing because I've run into that a few times spelunking, and it's really fucking cool when you pop out in a random spot.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, this went somewhere.
Well, just making sure.
Yeah. It does look like maybe a couple other people have maybe gone through there over the time that has passed. Like there's some little bits of stone, just a little rubbed smooth, but not very much. And it looks like they've come the direction you guys are going. If you were trying to guess, that's probably it, but it's not super clear.
Okay.
But again, Jupiter, it looks like some type of large clawed and weaponized beastie had caused this cave in the middle of this path. And like they kept going down the direction you came from.
They kept going where we came from,
Yep.
so we're going against it now. To where?
We've already passed it, right?
Okay.
I think.
Is that what that means?
Yeah, and do you relay any of that to the party by chance, or do you keep that to yourself?
I'll keep that to myself.
And Yakasame, with the kind of marks in the stone that looks like maybe a pickaxe or something, do you relay that or keep that to yourself?
Yeah, I'd probably say it looks like somebody tried to get out or like hit the stone with like pickaxe or something.
Yeah, it does look like that.
I think some people have been here like I don't know when, but
Yeah,
gonna
something's
take a look at it.
definitely been here.
Cool.
Does it look like a pickaxe, or does it look like something else?
Roll me investigation. I mean, it'd be. You've seen a pickaxe hit stuff, but it's never like cleaved like a pickaxe sized scrape or claw into things before. Usually a pickaxe just breaks a piece of something off. So yeah, it looks like a few pickaxes simultaneously scrape the shit out of the walls and ceilings around here near the cave-in.
Yeah, I'm not too sure this is the pickaxe.
well,
Well, whoever
like-
made it, I think they're long gone by now.
well, so DM, just so I can get a better idea.
Yeah.
Like with these markings being on this side,
Mm-hmm.
whatever would have made the marking did not continue past the
From the direction of
rubble
them,
pile.
it looks like they were going down the tunnel, not up the tunnel.
And we are currently going up the tunnel.
Correct.
Okay.
And again, you can just kind of see the edge of it, since most of it's filled with rock that's fallen from the ceiling.
Well,
that make sense?
shall we? Yeah, as far as I can tell. Shall we push on?
Yeah, I don't think we have anything to worry about.
Please, let's get out of here. I'd like to see the sun again, if we could.
Yeah, me too. Wonder
Well,
if it's still
no,
going to be up
it'll
when we get out.
nighttime.
I have no idea how much time has passed.
I could probably find out, but we'd have to wait about an hour.
I'd rather spend an hour walking.
Me too. Let's go.
Okay. Winter, anything else you do before you guys head out?
I'm just gonna look back at the cave and say, rest easy. I'll watch this one.
Okay. And you guys walk for maybe another 30 or so minutes, and you come to a kind of weird... It's like a chute, almost straight up and down. It like doubles back over itself at a diagonal angle. it's definitely going to take some climbing to get out of this. It kind of comes up to almost a vertical doubling back upward shoot. Again, very large. So there are some grooves in the rock that you can use to climb. And with your dancing lights glittering above, it looks like it goes up to some sort of chamber above. The chute's at least 15 feet high. Actually, sorry, at least 25 feet high. And does that make sense?
Yeah. Does anybody have any rope?
Mm,
I did not mean to click that. I was just reading the spell. I do not.
I mean, Jupiter, you could probably jump up there and like reach up there, huh?
How high is it? You
20,
said?
25 feet.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's like 2-3 climbs with me.
You just
Should be
parkour up there, dude. No problem.
Yeah. If I reach up, that's 15 feet. Jump like 5 feet. Half
Yeah.
my height.
Okay, how tall are you exactly? 8 foot?
I think I'm 8 foot.
I have some rope.
Okay.
Maybe we give Jupiter some rope and let him get up there, and then we can climb the rope up.
So if you're 8 feet, you probably reaching 11, 12 feet up. Okay.
How,
Jump like 5 feet, roughly half
how
my
high
size.
was that tree that I bumped my head into when I jumped up?
Oh yeah, you were a light boy.
That was, I think it was like, what was it,
It was
10,
like
15?
25 or something. I thought it was
It-
more than that.
It wasn't quite 25, but it was a good like 10, 15. I think it was like a 15-foot high branch at least. And you hit it pretty hard.
I have an idea. Let me lift you, and you jump out of my hands.
Do you think you can hold me?
No, you're not too heavy.
I beg to differ. But sure, we'll try it.
So once you're having Jupiter try and hoist you up,
I'm gonna climb on him,
And he's gonna jump off like my hands or shoulders.
jump off his shoulders.
this sounds like some athletics guys. For
me
sure.
too.
Yeah. 13, okay.
You gotta take a step back.
Yeah, Warthon's way back, like waiting for you to come back to him.
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, no. What's interesting, Jay, like, you don't even have to brace yourself that much. Maybe Winter's just like really good at holding his weight on you, that you don't even feel it that much. Like it's not that much of a burden to have him crawl up on you, like almost like a slender person would be doing it. Really surprising. Yeah, Winter, it's easy. You have the strength that you're used to, but it's not that much work to climb up and stand on them, and even hold your balance isn't that hard. And with that, are you trying to start climbing or jumping?
I jump.
Okay. So you're already 8 feet up, and you leap up with a 17. And are you going like trying to grab the lip at the very top, or are you jumping up to try and just grab a good hold and climb?
I'm trying to grab the lip if I can.
Cool.
And if he misses, I'll catch him. Attempt to, at least.
Yeah, you grab the lip exactly. You jump right up to it like you were trying to just touch the rim. And it's almost like watching one of those like Chinese martial arts movies where it's almost like he just kind of floats up, but how it seems like he should not have jumped as far as he did.
He's just kicking in the air.
little bit air running. But yeah, once you grab the lip of the stone up there, it's a little smooth, but you can kind of get your shoulders over it, or your elbows over it. Sorry.
I can probably throw Yakasami,
Yeah.
a Warthon up there, to him. Or to you, Winter.
Throwing
When,
them is going to be a bit. I didn't hear them. Did he yell that?
No, yeah, I yelled that. I mean, it's like 20 feet. I just said I could throw them to you.
maybe you could tie a rope to something up there.
If there's a rope.
It's only 10 feet long.
How long is your rope?
Like,
It only says hemp and rope. And it says 10, so I'm assuming that's 10
You've
feet.
only got 10 more feet of it. Oh yeah, you used some of it a while ago, I think.
I can
Yeah.
still lift them up to the rope though, because it's like a 20-foot, 25-foot
25.
up height. I'm 10 feet. I can reach them up, and then they can reach from where I'm at.
Well, Jupiter, do you think you could throw me? I mean, that could be kind of fun.
I can try to throw you if we don't want to use the rope, but I mean, if not, I can just lift you up to the rope if we want to use the rope.
We probably should. I mean, that'll be good for a warathon.
Is there anything for me to tie this on to?
I mean, I'd say roll survival to find a good spot, but again, it's only 10 feet.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna take 5 to... Yeah, like, you could tie it to something, and then the rope would come to, like, the lip of this.
Angle.
It would barely even dangle over.
Hmm.
And
Catch.
a Wartham pops up, or pipes up. Jupiter, I could enlarge you a bit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is that something you would like to try?
Yeah, that works for me perfectly.
Okay. So he fumbles around in his little componenty pouch and reads from his book and casts Enlarge on Jupiter, which you now are a large creature.
I'm already counted as large, so I'm an extra large.
You sure? Pretty sure you're a medium.
You count as one
medium.
size larger when determining. Oh, that's only when counting your carrying capacity, push, drag, or lift. Never mind.
Correct. You're like a super strong, very large sized medium creature.
So now I can throw you
And-
higher.
I'm just trying to figure out how the hell I'm gonna get here. I can't lift that much.
Yeah, Jupiter, you're 16 feet tall now.
So I can definitely throw them to the top, or at least
Yeah,
lift
dude.
them up. So I'm
That'd
gonna
be
just,
fun.
I'm gonna hold my hand out like Yakasame, like.
Oh, she's smiling and giddy. It's like a carnival ride.
Oh, that's gonna
Alright.
be great. Okay, so Jupiter, you get to do athletics. Yakasame is gonna be acrobatics.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
a
guess
neat
I'm-
one. Don't worry, I'll save it,
Okay.
dude. I'll save it.
I guess I'm
Oof.
going to try and catch her.
Yeah, go ahead and you can do either Dex or athletics. I don't care for Winter.
Just yeeter super.
Oh, fuck.
We're just mediocre, dude.
So Jay, this is what happens. You're like a father, older sibling at the pool, and some little kid comes up to you and like puts their feet on your hands, and you're all ready to launch up.
Throw
And
me, throw me.
You go to do it, and you didn't quite think through how big you are, and you just slam into the slope above you with your shoulders in the back of your head. And like Akasami, you get a little tiny boost off the ground. And
Oof.
you're a good aiming projectile. You're pretty decent. It's not perfect. And then Winter is reaching out to try and grasp you. You don't quite make it that
Oh,
high,
wait.
but I'll
I have
give
advantage on strength checks.
roll again.
Hey, that's better, dude. That's twice as good.
As you slump down from hitting your head and shoulders, you launch her just a little bit more using your elbow strength and shoulder strength.
Just a little more lift.
A little more lift. Yakasame, you have an opportunity to kind of... You're about to come up to the wall on the slope of it. You can try and jump off of it and then get that extra little wall jump up to Winter.
Climb up it. That last little step.
That you can do that last. You can try and parkour, gently jump up the wall like Jackie Chan.
Acrobatics?
Yep, acrobatics. Or... Yeah, you do it.
Good.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So you get launched slightly higher than you would have jumped, and then you actually quite a bit higher than you would have jumped, and then you jump off the wall a couple times, like wall run up the wall a bit, and then grab Jupiter's outreached hand by the
Winter's.
wrist.
Dick.
And with that support, you can scramble your way the rest up.
Thanks,
I will
Winter.
look
Thanks
at
for catching me.
Orthon with a very big smile.
Yeah, no problem.
A Warthon is horrified. And he's looking at the blood trickling from the back of your head.
Before he has any time to contest, I'm gonna just grab him and go.
So a Warthon backs up. Okay. So.
Oh no!
So again, you're way bigger than you're used to being, and you see a Warthon, and he's like looking terrified, and you lunge forward to like grab him, and he instinctively tries to dodge backwards, and you lunge with such ferocity and like eagerness, you just bash your nose on the lip of the edge of this chute. Just boom. You got everybody can feel the stone vibrate from how hard he hit.
Oof.
Roll me a con save.
Are you shitting me right now?
And roll me 2d6.
The dice
Try to
gods,
catch
dude.
him.
Oh my god. Oh, that's an advantage. Whoopsies.
It's okay. Roll 2d6.
Can I give
Yeah.
Winter advantage to help catch him?
So you take 7 bludgeoning damage to your nose. You when you do this, you fall. You're falling towards Orthon. You were unconscious for a moment. You blacked out. And let's see. Orthon didn't get launched.
He just fall over.
13. You on your falling down, you graze a Warthon, and he like ends up getting slammed against the wall, but not crushed completely. And he's kind of screaming because he's very concerned at the amount of blood splattering and oozing out of your nose right now. And he immediately starts trying to tend to your wounds. So,
Am I still conscious?
no.
No?
You're out for now. You like, yeah, no, and he's like, he's now operating on a giant's nose who's face down on the rock, and you're like on a downward slope with all the weight on your face, and
I
he's
just
like,
look at Winter and like shake my head. Like
he's yelling up now. He's really hurt. He's not getting up, and he drops his enlarged spell, so you shrink down.
I need someone to clip that. That whole
someone in the
situation.
chat.
Yeah, I have advantage, okay? 2 nat ones.
And
Where's Adria? Come here.
he's gonna, okay, now that you're normal sized and the weight isn't so much an issue and you're not sliding as well, he kind of rolls you over onto your side, cracks your nose back into no shape, and is kind of stitching your nose up and mending it while you're unconscious for a bit. You guys can hear Jupiter just kind of unconsciously groaning on the ground for now. And Jupiter, is there anything you'd be like saying while you're dazed and unconscious? Or...
Probably not. Probably never want to fucking go underground again.
Okay.
I just take a seat. I'm just sitting down watching all this.
Yeah. I imagine your dancing lights just hovering over it. Yeah, like a good 10 minutes pass at least
No.
before.
Here's what I'm doing with my
Okay.
I'm gonna have them combine into a shape similar to a Warthon, and I'm just gonna have it recreate everything that I saw over and over and over.
Just the fall.
You're just doing the charades of the event that happened, just smashing face, slumping
Yeah.
back, falling forward, sliding, shrinking, rolling.
Yeah,
Like a modern game emote. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
over and over and over.
So Jupiter, it doesn't seem like any time passed before you were trying to pick up a Warthon, but now you're waking up on your side. You feel really dazed, and you can't breathe through your nose.
Did I get any health back from that or no?
He's gonna. So once you come to, he's be like, I think I fixed your nose and stemmed the bleeding. Are you gonna be okay? Did you want me to try and use some of the medical supplies to stitch you up? How are you feeling?
No, I'm fine. Don't worry. Just allow me to take care of it, and I'm just gonna swipe my hand in front of my nose and hit myself with if it'll do the spell.
Okay. Boom! Look at that. You heal for your damage. So you can breathe fine. Your nose is a little different feeling, but it's healed. um, and you see quite obviously the charades of lights mimicking what had happened, but you have no memory of any of that. You just remember you're reaching forward and now you're on your side.
Good to know. All right, time to throw you.
Worthen's like, no.
Are you guys coming up or what?
As much
You're
as it
going one
pains
way or
me,
another.
I think I'd like to try to climb. And Jupiter, why don't you go ahead?
I'm gonna just boost him while he's climbing. I'm not gonna throw him. I'm just gonna kind of like.
No. I insist, Jupiter. You go ahead. I want to make sure that you get up safely, and if you fall down, that I'm here to pick you up and help you. You're very dazed. I'm actually pretty concerned about your ability to get out of here.
Oh, I'm okay.
Uh,
I'm gonna use mending on my nose also, in case it didn't get fixed. Just. All right. So, just in case, I can't use that actually. I was gonna use a certain spell, but I cannot.
I tell you what, Jupiter, you go ahead and start climbing. Do you mind if I cast one more spell on you? And he looks like on the. He's very anxious.
I'm gonna now notice that I am not the size I was anymore, and realize that I am not super large, and be like, oh, well, this is. How long was I out?
It's been a bit. You
Good.
you smashed your face, and he points, and you can see like blood is drying up on the rocks, and there's a bit of a puddle where you smashed it and sprayed your blood.
Good to know.
Do you mind if I cast a spell on you before you start trying to climb?
What is it?
It'll make sure if you slip that you'll be okay.
Sure, I guess then.
And he casts Feather Fall on you for 1 minute.
Okay.
Now,
Perfect.
now climb now. You have about a minute.
Athletics or acrobatics?
I don't care. Either one.
Doesn't matter for me because both 0. But I've had bad luck with athletics, so.
So you get up most of the way. You start kind of feeling dizzy, and you slip for just a moment and fall backwards. And you have that feeling of like, oh shit, I'm falling. But then you just kind of like gently float down, slowly flipping backwards, and land on your feet. Awathon sighs, and without asking, cast it again. This time you get so close to the top. And Winter or Yakasama, are you helping or just still sitting and watching him?
I'm trying
grab him
to
at
help.
this point.
Okay. Go ahead and roll either acrobatics or athletics to try and swoop him as he.
Oh,
Heyo! Can I do anything to help? My goal was to assist Winter to give him advantage, but
roll me a dexterity save, Yakasame.
okay, dex save. Hey!
Roll me a dexterity save, Winter.
Tried.
oh no.
You're the final boss.
Instead of rocks fall, party falls. DK. Okay. So I'm assuming, Winter, you can imagine how this goes, right? How do you imagine it goes with a natural one to try and grab Jupiter as he feather falls downward?
That punch him in the face on accident and he falls farther faster.
That, and you slip.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
So you think he's gonna fall faster than he is, and then he falls super slow, so you reach out and collide with his head, and then that was jarring and confusing, and you just lose your balance enough to start falling down. Yakasami tries to grab you, but ends up grabbing your cloak, which makes you spin off balance to where you thought you could grab the wall, but then you didn't.
Okay,
And
so I'm gonna cast Butterfall on myself and grab Yakasami.
Yakasami, roll in athletics.
Athletics, alrighty. Don't worry, I got you, fam. I got you, fam.
Damn. So, Yakasame, not the strongest, but she'd like hooked her feet into a nice little groove in the rocks up there, some stalagmites. So she like just like arm wrestle locks her arm on your cloak, and you're not going anywhere.
Nowhere.
But yeah, you're dangling by your cloak, slowly drifting down. Jupiter, you're falling
Did
down.
you drop Jupiter, or do you still have a hold of him?
Can I
He never
try
grabbed him.
climbing again?
Punched him.
Can I try?
Hawthorne is like just he's just his jaw is almost touching the floor, wide-eyed, horrified, terrified. He doesn't know if he's hurting or helping with Featherfall or what is happening.
I wonder if at this moment he's thinking to himself like, I'd rather have Katsu here.
And Jupiter, with all this tumult, as you fall down, the last little bit, the Featherfall wears off, and you a little hard plop on your bum. But you land, and you're okay. Winter, you're dangling by your cloak that's semi-strangling you. Go ahead and roll athletics to try and climb up out of there. Again, it's kind of an inverse slope right now that you're dangling over, but you managed to get a grip and come up. And Yakasame's got a key grip on that cloak. Like you would have hung to death before you fell.
I'm not letting you go, Winter. Get up here. Come on.
I'm gonna try climbing again.
And Orthon's gonna come over to you and like get really close. Jupiter's really close. Do you want me to try and help you climb up? Maybe assist?
I have.
Call your mother, perhaps?
I'm okay.
You've fallen twice, and
Just cast the feather fall.
I only have so much magic I can do in one day.
Okay, then I'm climbing without it.
And
Damn it!
and he casts it on you. He's watching it. He waits till you slip this time. He is ready to action. He's like, poof. And you fall really fast for a second, and then you get caught, and you start drifting downwards, just like enough to where you can almost touch the walls on your way down, but not quite.
Can you make me big again?
What are you gonna do if I make you big?
I'm going to climb.
This is the last time I can make you big.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be able to cast Featherfall on you when you fall.
I don't care.
I have one I can do.
If I die, I die.
And he's saying it loud. He's saying it loudly, like, I cannot slow your descent this time.
Let him fall. Maybe he'll learn next time.
I am going to cast Enlarge on you one more time. And we might need to figure something else out. I don't know. And he casts it on you.
Cool.
You have a minute. Please be careful. And he backs up. And you, standing in the chute, you're tall as fuck again. You're like 16 feet tall. And you manage to climb out this time, like a giant gorilla man.
And I'm gonna turn around immediately, getting to the top, and reach my arm down for him.
Come on, Arthur, your turn.
Roll charisma.
Oh, that's an advantage.
14. Okay. No. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jupiter. But I think that I would like the challenge of being able to do at least one thing on
I'm
this
just
adventure by myself. And I think after all of this, I just want to challenge myself. And he's very good. It's like a nat 20 charisma
Can I
on this.
can I boost his confidence a little bit? Be like, yeah, go Warthon, you
Oh
got
yeah.
this.
Oh yeah. You could totally roll a charisma check or whatever. Or
No,
a,
just roll
a
your
or a performance would be great.
performance. Yeah. 12.
You make him smile. You know, he's
Yeah.
like, somebody believes in me, maybe.
Cheer you on.
It's Yakasame that believes in me, and I like Yakasame.
Yeah.
So he takes a big couple deep breaths, tightens his little clothes, tucks in his shirt, reaches up, immediately untucks his shirt, casts Featherfall on himself with his last slot, and is going for it. Okay. Oh. And
Good.
he takes his time, but with his very, very dexterous fingers, he gets these very nice grips and these nice little hooks and cracks in the rocks. And he doesn't even slip once. It's like he spends so much time getting the perfect little hand grip before he lifts with his legs. He makes it up no problem. And comes on up with a big fucking grin on his face.
I'm not helping. I'm just clapping at the end. Like,
So goddamn proud of himself. And drops it. While he was climbing, he obviously dropped the enlarge spell because it only lasts a minute. So Jupiter, you're back to normal size. But he does it and feels like a champion.
Orthon, that was impressive. You climbed that better than Jupiter did. I mean, it
Gets
took you a very long time. Don't get it wrong, but you did better than Jupiter.
You know, sometimes careful is the way to be. And he's like, he's got this big smile he's trying to hide. He's all blushy and like looking away. He's like, I'm really careful, and it pays off. You guys could learn something from that.
I've already turned my back as you spread talking. Like, all right, let's go.
He's having his own little
Yeah.
private pedestal ceremony. Like he just won a fucking gold medal and no one cares. And then he looks over to Winter. He's like, Winter, how did you jump that high?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do you remember me getting hooked by that one thing?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to forget that. Pretty traumatic.
Yeah. Yeah, ever since then I've been able to do this.
So like you have super strong legs?
No, it feels like I'm just...
Well, like I said, you're probably still like. It probably still has something to do with this creature that I was telling you about in the lore book here. I'm gonna show you the thing. Let me see what the name of that thing was. Tenpengusa?
Yeah,
Tenpengusa.
Tenpengusa.
Well,
Let's just see if we can find anything else.
Winter, if you ever want to try and learn more, I could always try and examine if there's some type of change to your body sometime. I'm quite studied in anatomy.
How did you intend that again? How did you mean to say that? I don't know where you're going forward here, Wawthorn, but I'm sorry, but I don't really feel that way towards you.
His bashfulness has turned into embarrassedness at this point. I strictly meant in a medical fashion that I could tell if there was something different about you. I've worked on lots of humans in my past.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You can explain. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. We're good. Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Just yeah. Whenever we get time.
We should leave.
Little,
we should go.
Yeah.
Where are we actually?
Yeah,
And he actually turns around for the first time, and roll perceptions, everyone. Nice.
But if I look up,
Oh, don't worry. You get advantage on uplooks?
no, it's a proficiency thing.
Okay. Yeah.
What the fuck are we rolling, guys? This
Uh,
isn't a game.
Jupiter.
No.
Roll a perception.
Might be. Sorry, I was not paying attention. I'm not gonna lie. I was having a pity party.
A pity party?
Understandable.
Is it a
Understandable.
game related pity party or
It is a game-related pity party. I'm very upset with myself. I was so stupid.
You
You
may get
know,
a chance to redeem yourself, though.
some
you
of
know?
the most fun in D&D is failing. Let's be
Yeah, I know.
honest. Okay.
It's the best because, like, especially now early on when you're building your character, like figuring them out more, and these
Mhm.
things happen, it just adds to it. Great.
Yep. And I love giving out flavor feats for happenstance, as you guys have figured out already. Or actually, Winter hasn't got one of the. Oh, kinda. Anyways, I'm just writing something down real quick.
Give Jupiter flavor feet for shitty.
it
Oh, it's
Yeah.
happening.
climbing.
It's gonna happen. Don't worry.
You can get something.
You can't climb for shit.
Maybe, dude.
Fuck you.
Maybe a Worthon might have a fucking super climbing feat now.
Hello? Oh, wait a minute. Oops.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, I accidentally muted myself.
Oh, we got you.
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry.
Just writing some notes. Okay. So, Winter Yakasame, it's like you guys crawled up, but there's some kind of stalagmites blocking your view of the rest of the cavern. Uh, Yakasame, you can look up. There's some bats in here, some critters, actually a little bit of life. You don't really see the exit of this chamber, but you can see around in there. There's bats chirping around and some kind of critters. Jupiter, you're a little taller. You can kind of see over the stalagmite, and the stalagmites, and you can see it kind of winds around. And this little nook that you're at, where this downward chute is, a little hidden. Like you'd have to really be looking for it to find it. Like almost like you'd have to climb on the ceiling and then down the wall if you were a huge creature like a dragon or something. But you guys could climb over some stalagmites. And you see it's a decently sized chamber with some life. And if you climb over the stalagmites, it looks like there might be an exit up to the left. Do you guys, I assume, just climb over those and explore the rest of this little chamber?
Yeah, I'd kind
Yes.
of point out, watch out for the bats. Try not to.
And then Jupiter, you're saying something?
Yeah, that we should just leave.
Okay. And yeah, on your way out, you guys can kind of see a spot kind of nipped away, another small chamber. If you wanted to check that out, you could. But it's pretty clear if you kind of wind up and to the left through this kind of a little bit of a treacherously boulder-strewn mess. There looks like there might be a little glint of light coming from above that way. So do you just head for the light, or do you go check the other chamber?
Might as well
Um,
check the other chamber then.
Yeah, while we're here.
Winter, how do you feel? Do you want to get out of here as badly as I do, or keep exploring these caves?
I mean, we might as well explore a little bit. Look what we found already.
It's obviously still light out, Overthon. We haven't been here that long. You can see the
Yeah,
light there.
and we started when? Like 5 in the morning. I'm exhausted. Whatever, let's just keep going into caves. And little Sassy storms off towards the other chamber.
That's a little high elf.
Yeah. And then everybody goes in there, and when you see do you still have dancing lights going, Winter?
Yeah, I do.
Um, so in the far side of the cave, I mean, it looks like something might have been residing in here. On the far side of the cave, you see some glinting, shining things. A couple of them, kind of in the corner. Though it's hard to tell what they are from the far side of this chamber. And it looks like maybe someone was through here recently. There's some freshly disturbed tracks on the ground as well. Seems like some type of humanoid was here.
Let's keep.
Sorry, it cut out a bit. You said let's keep.
Let's keep. Yeah, let's keep following, and I'm gonna kind of be aware.
Okay. So do you all enter the chamber and take a closer look?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So you follow the tracks and check in the rest of this chamber. It looks like, the dust has been recently disturbed. Some rocks have been moved around. And in the back corner, it looks like there's two kind of almost golden looking shiny things, bigger than a coin though, that your dancing lights keep kind of picking up on. Do you guys investigate them or leave them be?
There's some shining coins.
Shiny things that are bigger than coins.
And the tracks, did they lead to these?
Yeah, I mean, the tracks go all over this cave. It looks like there's been people with shoes in and out of here, probably a few weeks back. Pretty obviously. But it seems like maybe there was something else in here before that.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, I'd like to. Can I do an Arcana check just to sense any magic
Sure,
around the room?
go ahead.
Ritual, detect magic.
Okay, so Jupiter sits down for a while while you guys are kind of investigating the cave. And then Winter, roll me an investigation if you could.
Okay.
Those are bronze dragon scales. There's two of them. And they match about the same size as the steak that you were eating. Or were
No, I
served.
didn't need that.
That you were served and that you fed to prostitutes. Okay? Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
And they're about the size of the palm of your hand, not including your fingers.
I'm gonna pick up one of the scales and put them up, and then I'm gonna let everyone. I think this is where we need to be. Be on your guard, and I'm going to take the shield up and take my axe out and be ready.
It looks like whoever left these here, probably whoever left these tracks, right? Maybe if we just follow the tracks, we'll find who left these.
Yeah.
Wait. Jupiter, you were talking about your spell clairvoyance,
I have to rest before I can use it.
but would an object like this work? Or you said you didn't need an object?
Hold on. I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't need an object, but I can also. I have another spell I can use, but it only works for about 1,000 feet. The clairvoyance works for about a mile.
I'm just trying to think of ways to help us track whoever left.
Yes.
Should we we take them with us? Is that like disrespectful? Winter?
It looks like whatever else was in this cave has been pretty picked clean. Maybe the people who were here before, you said they were poachers, Winter?
Yeah, they were definitely poachers.
They
And they need to
probably
get what's coming to them.
they probably just missed those scales that were in the corner. They don't. Your dancing lights are quite bright. Maybe they just had torches.
Maybe they're still around. Maybe come away. I hope they're here.
I say we go look.
Well, we can get a good vantage if we. I mean, it seems like besides this chamber, the only other way out was kind of up into the light. We could at least figure out where we are if we go take a peek. Then again, I just went out of here.
Can I take another look around the room? I feel like in moments like this, I've seen a little white fox named Leonardo running around. Little treasure areas.
Yeah, and are you being like vocal that you're gonna look for your fox or anything, or just
Probably to Yoritsun in my head. But I wonder if Leonardo's.
so just to make sure I got it right? So you're talking out loud to yourself.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, she
Okay.
does that.
Just
does
making
that.
sure.
Yeah.
So, Yagasame and I are gonna have a conversation. You can just hear Yagasame. So go ahead. You said, I wonder if Leonardo's around.
Yeah, I wonder if Leonardo's around.
Oh, that wily fox only, appears when it wants to. But if it is around, it's always worth checking on. That fox has never led me astray.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye out. I'm gonna take a look. And then
I
I'm
mean-
gonna start walking kind of around the room probably.
I mean, maybe you should, they probably don't see it. Maybe, have they ever seen Leonardo? Or is it just you? Did you ask him?
I mean, I think Orthon believes me now. Orthon, did you see Leonardo?
What's a Leonardo again?
The white fox that I was telling you about. Remember?
I'm gonna look at you and be like, "White fox."
Yeah, there's a little white fox. I've seen him a couple times. He hasn't really let me get too close to him. But
So
usually when he's around, there's like treasure and stuff.
is that your name for the fox, or did it tell you that its name was Leonardo?
Well,
Leonardo's its fucking name.
Yakusame like chuckles. Well, its past owner kind of told me its name.
Friend more than owner,
Friend.
let's be honest.
Yeah.
No one really owns a fox. You
Yeah,
can
no one can
enslave a
own
fox.
Leonardo.
You can breed foxes and make coats from them, but anyways, they're not the best pets. Leonardo was a friend that never led me astray, even if they're a little tricksy sometimes.
That's right. Leonardo's old friend told me it's.
Perhaps we're speaking of different foxes then. But I've never seen it myself. But I have always been looking for one.
If I see him again, I'll.
Why does the purple one care about its name so much? I don't get it. Ask him why he cares about the name.
Jupiter, why do you care about the name so much?
It's my patron. Their earthly form is normally a white fox. So
Really?
yeah. But their name is not Leonardo.
Oh, what's their name?
Arl.
And you can kind of almost feel that he's thinking in his head like, fuck, where did their name come from?
Yeah, I'm like speaking out loud, like Arl.
I don't actually know if their name was Leonardo. That might be what we just called it.
Wait, so I've been calling it the wrong name this whole time?
I love your head voice.
I mean, it's not like you just. It's not like the fox just is like, no, that's not my name, asshole. You know, it. I don't know. It's not like it said its name was Arl. It's not like I talked to the fucking fox.
True,
Why
makes
does he?
sense.
How does he know that its name's Arl and not whatever? You know.
Yeah, yeah. How do you know that?
Well,
Wait,
it's
how do you
in
know
lore of,
that he's not?
well,
How do you know his
first
name's
off,
not Leonardo?
she, um, first off, and then secondly, because I've been studying for my patron for many years, my goddess, for Aurel.
Well, pansy ass reading books doesn't mean anything.
I mean, praying also, but that works too.
But again, you can't hear.
Yeah,
You
he can't
can't hear
hear.
him.
Oh wait, yeah, I can't.
That's why he's so sassy, because he can say whatever the fuck he wants. So
Yep.
pansy ass
well,
reading books.
yeah, I've been studying
I
for
mean,
quite a while.
how does he know the books weren't mistranslated or they wrote the wrong name down?
That's true. They could have wrote the wrong name downs, and you don't know.
Well, I've spoken with her before, but that works too, I guess.
Oh,
That's
well, maybe if we see her again, then you could like get her to stop for a moment. She always just runs away.
kind of bullshit.
That's for sure.
Never
Maybe we
had
should
a-
try to find a temple in her name. It could be close to here. I don't quite know where we're at right now.
Never had a white fox
What the
talk
fuck
to
is
me.
wrong with you people?
Fucking ridiculous.
Don't worry about it, Winter. We're just keeping an eye out for a white fox is all.
And Warthon is completely dissociated right now, just like, oh my god. I'm just gonna stare at this
Classic
wall.
Warthon.
Stare at the fucking wall till time has passed.
Classic NPC.
And he takes that as a cue from Winter, like, to come over and commiserate, like, nodding, like, thumbs over at Jupiter and Yakasame, like, right? I don't get it
I
either.
mean, they're just bickering for what? I don't even know what they're bickering about.
Yakasame, I'd forgotten, she says she sees this white fox sometimes. I've never seen it, but it has. Every time she says it, we find something. Usually something magical or strange. I don't know. And apparently Jupiter thinks that Yakasame has the wrong name, and Yakasame is having a conversation with herself at the same. I just tune it out. I think you should just tune it out too.
I'm gonna look around. Do I see a white?
No. No. Absolutely no white fox.
In case you haven't picked it up yet, white fox is code for pile of cocaine.
Pile of cocaine. Is there any cocaine in the room?
Well, I mean, you tell this punk purple boy that if he can talk with the white fox to let me say something somehow, because that would be pretty cool. And if he doesn't, then fuck him. Tell him.
Jupiter, if you are able to talk to the fox, I do have a friend that would like to speak to them. If we can make that happen.
Well, I probably need to either head back to the where we buried Katsu. That's a pretty holy spot. I could probably commune there and
That
get a hold of Aurel.
Fucker's grave? Seriously? Again, you can't hear it.
Yeah, because I was just smiling in your face, like. Well, all this is going through her head.
I love that. That's funny.
I'm still looking around. I'm looking for anything that might be poacher related.
Detect magic. How did that go?
There's nothing magical in here.
Okay, cool.
It's essential. I mean, besides you guys, of course, but
In the dragon scale.
I mean, the dragon skills aren't necessarily what you call classically magical, and they've been sitting here for
Right.
probably a month
But, like,
almost.
Not even like magic wise. There's nothing really in here, right? Besides
Yeah,
that.
it's been picked clean.
Well,
And Winter, you can tell with that investigation, like, there probably used to be stuff in here that's all been taken.
Are there any clues as to who it was that took it?
You know, it's a high investigation. I'll give you a chance at maybe a freebie. Roll me a history. See how high you roll with that.
Ooh.
God damn. How how into feet and shoe prints is Winter exactly? Is that something that
Not
you
at
keep
all.
an eye on people? You're like, I don't like that guy. I'm gonna keep an eye out for that kind of footprint if it crosses my path again.
No, no.
Okay.
If I see footprints on tracks, like there can go. I don't know if it's this person's shoe,
It,
unless I'll take note if it's bigger.
it kind of broke up
But
again. Could you say that again? Sorry.
I'll take note if like one foot is bigger than the other.
Mm.
But otherwise, I don't
You're,
give.
you're not like that guy's got like Nike Air Jordans 5 or some shit. Okay.
Mm,
You'd recognize a Sam's wearing
there's only
it,
boots.
Yeah.
There's,
I, I'll give you this. You got some obviously looks like human boots and boot marks. They're scuffed around. It's hard to tell whose is what. But there are some larger prints. Like it might be like an ogre's footprint.
Oh. How recently do these tracks look?
So I'll just say it because I'm sure Winter would
Put it
relay it.
together.
Um, it's hard to tell in a cave where there's not much foot traffic.
Yeah.
But if you were to guess based on the amount of bat droppings and shit on there, at least a couple weeks, maybe a month and a half, somewhere in there. So not
Okay.
right now.
it
And
seems like we may need to keep an eye out for ogres.
what? Why do you say that they're ogres?
And I'm gonna point at the breath.
I mean, maybe they were using my spell enlarge reduce. You know, doesn't
I'm just
necessarily.
looking at them.
It-
I'm glaring at them at this point.
Fine. just, just walks off. Just pretends to look for things in the chamber and isn't actually. I assume Jupiter and Yakasama, you guys are still having random conversations about going to temples and the White Fox. And Yakasama, there's no sign of the fox here. You at least you don't feel it.
Feel it in
Maybe
my
she's
loin.
watching over your shoulder, but you'll never know. Maybe.
Well, do you guys want to try to follow these tracks out of here, see where they lead?
Yeah, we may need to.
Yeah, let's go find the ogre poachers. It sounds fun.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, super fun.
I'd start walking.
Okay.
I totally agreed. Like, yeah.
So everybody cool with moving out of the cave?
Yep.
Winter?
Yeah.
Okay. I assume Winter you're taking point for the most part.
Yeah.
Following these tracks as best as you can. You had some training on, following humanoid traffic especially. And with that investigation, you follow, it's pretty obvious they went out of the one exit and entrance of this cave. What's interesting about coming out of this particular cave, it's a very inconspicuous cave entrance. Like, once you pop out and you kind of stand even 10 feet away, you can't even see the entrance. It's so covered in shrubs and trees the way it's concealed. It's a very, very, very good hiding place for someone or something that would not want to be found. And you can see that the tracks kind of point over in the northern direction. And when you guys pop out, there's still daylight. It's not dusk yet. It's probably 5 or 6 o'clock, somewhere around there. So you've had a long day of mazing and climbing and falling, but there's a few hours of daylight left since it is approaching summer. The tracks seem to be heading almost due north.
Can I recognize? I've been in this area for a little while. I get an idea of where we are relative to the cave.
So it's kind of thicker trees around you right here. Is there a? Would you try and climb a tree to look, or how would you try and get a good vantage point from where you are?
I mean, right
Or-
now there's not much I would do, honestly. Kind of look around and see if there's any
I'll say you haven't been
landmarks.
in this spot before. This does not look familiar to you. And let's see. Yeah. I think that's about what I'd give you at this point. But it looks like they stomped off kind of north, even higher up into these hillless mountains. So I suppose we're marching through the obvious broken brush, yes?
I think we need to camp here for the night.
That's what I'm wondering. Maybe off the path a little here. And make them
I
back.
mean, we're perfectly camouflaged here. No one's been here for weeks. I think we'll be fine here.
I'm all for an early break. I have used all of my spells that I had prepared for the day. And he just immediately starts getting his shit out to camp.
Okay, and the trek from the cave to the village was around a 12-hour or so trek, right? 24.
Yeah, at least, let's call it 13 hours before you got out. It's been a long walk.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it. Basically, find familiar and get Levante back. And I'm gonna have him go to Grim.
Okay. And are you doing that before your rest?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we'll call it. You guys are setting up a whole full camp, I assume.
Yeah, and I'm going to change Dax to an owl.
Cool.
Then I'd like to discuss with Levante what happened.
Okay. So, you both go into your familiar finding, spending an hour in concentration and ritualistic magic. I assume that's after you set up camp, or is that before you
Yeah.
set up camp? After.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
after.
So
And
I really don't do much to set up camp as Yakasami.
That's true. And then Jupiter, what are you up to?
I'm going to try and commune with my god and see if their name is Levante or whatever.
Lenato.
Lenato, yeah.
Okay. And Warthon is just trying to get the comfiest little moss spot set up ever so that he can sleep, actually. Okay. So, whoever's the best at setting up camp, just roll me a survival real quick.
not me.
I got it.
Okay. Not bad. So, you help set up camp. It only takes 30 minutes or so to get everybody situated, find them good little spots. Do you guys start a fire at all, or no fire?
I'm not starting a fire.
No, yeah.
Winter?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Cool. So a nice little discreet camp. 3, Okay. So yeah, Yakusame in winter. After that 30 minutes, another hour goes by. You successfully summon your relative familiars, and Awarthon is snoring, and Jupiter. So you are communing, and you're asking, "Is your name Leonardo?"
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have a? I can't remember off the top of my head. Is there an official like commune thing that your cleric has, or is it just kind of more for RP and rolling a religion?
I think it's just a rolling religion.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Give me like 30 seconds. I'm trying to decide what my last spell should be.
No worries.
I guess I'll just do that for now. Change it in a minute if need be.
Okay. Not bad. Now, when you normally commune with your deity, is it in what way do you normally connect with them? Is it like a feeling of emotions? Is it literal words spoken? Is it images and visions?
I have to go check the thing that I sent. I
Yeah,
think it is like a full-on projection of myself to them in my head kind of thing. Like like Avatar state.
okay.
I think that's what it is. Something like that's like what I got from it. I don't know if it's on that page or not.
So what you're imagining is like you project yourself before them kind of thing?
Yeah, in like the divine realm.
And then again, a lot of this we're just making up, but
Yeah.
as far as obviously you speak or think or feel to them, how would you say that they communicate with you? Do you would they speak? Would they show you visions? Would they show you possible futures? Like, what do you normally? What would you imagine your communing with this deity would be like?
I would see her as kind of, I don't know. She is really good friends with Loki.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it says in the page that I'm seeing. I have not done a lot of reading up on her,
That's fine.
but uh I don't know. I feel like it'd be easier and kind of, hold on. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, so we can just say some like Avatar state stuff, and she just talks to me if she wants to or not, and it's just kind of like a hit or miss.
So, what I'm gonna do for this session, and she'll be in a fox form, actually a smaller one than you're used to. Normally, or oftentimes, she'll be in this great, overpowering sized white fox, but now she's like a little snow fox. When you ask that and kind of commune, and it takes a bit to, get him to pick up, essentially.
Yeah.
But and when they do that, you hear kind of some foxy, excited sounds, and you see the fox have kind of almost a too humanistic grin. When that happens, you're kind of whisked away to a battlefield, where a war is being fought, and there's this great like man holding a big sword in one hand and a spear in the other. He's got a headband and a booming voice commanding all of his troops from the top of a horse. And next to him down on the ground is a white fox looking up at him, grinning the same exact grin. You see a few flashes of them kind of journeying together, overcoming odds. Sometimes where he was wounded and the fox curled up on his lap, keeping him warm through a stormy forest night while he's hiding and trying to get better. Times where he was hungry and the fox would come bring him like a little pika or something to eat. Plenty of times where this human man was caring for the fox, feeding it, petting it, talking nicely to it, them overcoming all kinds of dungeons and adventures, just all of these flashes of images and times between this white fox and this booming voice of a man. And then all of the images flash and stop. And the grin goes back to normal. And your deity tilts their head. Does that answer your question?
So you're friends with whoever Yakusame was speaking with?
And they just kind of giggle a foxy, cackling giggle and grin yet again. Why do you ask, little one?
Well, they said that they've seen a white fox before, and I know that I've never seen you in this form. We've only spoken before, but I know that it is a rumor that you have this form when you take place in our domain. And so I was curious as to if it was the same, if it was you or not.
And the fox gets up from their sitting position and walks up closer to you. And as they get closer, they gain in size, eventually towering over you, elongating into more of a great godly fox form. Walking around you, making more foxy sounds. I'm not going to make them right now, because I will set all the dogs in my house off. I've done it before. And my wife is asleep. But you can imagine it, hopefully.
Yes.
And, you know, her canines get uncomfortably close to your neck, but, you know, it's all just games. I appear in many ways. Maybe someday you'll see me. You have a long journey ahead of you, Jupiter. As I have had a long journey with many before you, I will have a long journey with many after you. Be patient. Stay curious. Keep frosty. And how do you react to that?
I'll just kind of like bow my head and just kind of like in shock because I've never spoken like this with them before, with Arl before.
So you're just like, whoa, this is fucking weird as shit.
Yeah, like.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like you had this friend, and then you like found out they had a whole nother life, a whole nother side to them, in their past.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, yeah, for sure.
They're like, I'm a lawyer now, but like, I mean, yeah, I did.
I was a gun runner for like 30 years.
Yeah, I did some shit, you know. Just be wary. Though the things I've shown you, no one alive today, well, almost no one alive today can remember that time. Let's just say it's not exactly relevant.
Yes, Madam Oral.
Is there anything else you need?
The sage that I've heard about. Do you happen to know where we can find him?
And oh, go ahead.
Oh, and I was gonna say, and do you think he can help with that disease?
And a while passes, a long moment, and she keeps a complete poker face. I think your paths will cross. As far as the help, it's possible. We can't know unless you try. And they get a grin yet again.
Thank you, Matamoro. I appreciate it.
You know, that grave you made was beautiful. Though, might have been a bit wasted. My old friend tells me they were deserving of their fate.
I see. Well,
You're kind.
it's always nice to have practice.
You're kind, Jupiter. But not everyone deserves your kindness. And she bows her head, as in, we're done. And then you kind of fade out of your trance, and your mind is kind of back to camp.
For you guys that were at camp, just so you know, my eye was glowing blue like that whole time.
Right.
Like, bright as fuck.
Were you like hiding
was-
yourself from the rest of the camp, or are you just
No.
like sitting?
I was kind of just chilling there. So, like, it would have been like, like anytime Aang went into the Avatar state, you guys would have, yeah.
So there'd be some very vibrant blue kind of flashing light coming through Jupiter's
eyeball.
eye. Even though you were both concentrating on summoning your familiars, it's like when you're concentrating on someone sent
Very
a
evident.
flashlight across your face a couple times.
Yeah.
But it had a frosty blue hue.
Very interesting.
Can I take a 5-minute break just to check in with you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah,
GM
sure.
to player. First of all, I hope that was okay for an improv Ariel session, because I pulled that out of my ass.
Loved it.
And then I wanted to check in how you guys are all doing, because obviously now is a good stopping point if we wanted to stop. I do have plenty of stuff prepared to move forward. I probably would want to stop in about an hour, just so I can take over the baby shift and actually make sure my wife gets some sleep tonight. So we could stop now or about in like 50 minutes. What
I
are
think-
your guys' preferences?
Now's a really good spot.
Yeah, we're at camp and everything. Maybe just like go over, get our familiars, and
I mean, the way I'm kind
get
of
arrested.
saying it is like, you guys got your familiars while Jupiter was having. He essentially communed for about an hour as well.
Yeah.
A Warathon who could normally go into trance decided to go to fucking sleep. It's snoring out in the woods. And we can definitely pick up either during or after your rest, depending on what I do to you guys next session. So,
Well, before I go to
Yeah.
bed, I did want to try and read that book.
oh yeah. So one thing I will say, as far as reading goes, the way I GM it, there's a couple different types of reading. Like trying to decipher something, I don't count as rest. I count that as work because it's a lot of mental energy. But if your character was doing light reading or enjoyment reading or something like that, that could be part of your rest, part of the 8 hours. You're totally welcome to spend some time before you take your long rest or short rest focusing on trying to get through that book, though.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I'm definitely reading that book beforehand.
yeah, how are you trying to get a long rest in, Winter?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's call this so it's 6 and then 6:30 and then 7:30 ish. So it's set about 7:30 at night. You need to get an 8-hour rest in. How many hours are you going to spend going through this book before you decide to go to sleep?
If we're waking up at 6, that's usually sunrise.
Mm-hmm.
5 or 6. So probably around like 9 to 10.
Okay. I mean, we can just call it. I mean, do you want to do 9 or 10? I'm keeping track.
We'll do 10.
Okay.
And do you want to? We could do it. We could save it for next session too. But I did want to talk to Levante about what happened with the girl in Cleovad. I don't know how much there is to that, but
Give me 1 sec to write this down, and I'll address that. 2.5 hours reading. Winter. Sorry, Gasami, you said you wanted to talk to Levante about how everything went with the kid.
yeah, in Cleovad. Like I said, if you want to save that for next session, you can too. I don't know how much there is to it.
Let's save it for next session, just because if I gave it to you now, there's nothing you could do about it.
Yeah,
If that makes sense.
sure.
So, kid report next sesh. And Winter, I'll give the option now, or when we resume next time, you can roll intelligence to see how much progress you made in the book over that 2.5 hours.
Let's go ahead and roll in there.
All right, go ahead and roll intelligence. Nice. It is your first time cracking this book open, though.
I think
Yeah.
depending on how long it would take to talk with Levante about that, I'd probably crack open my book as well.
Probably me as well.
I love books.
Okay, so say Levante will give you a 30-minute rundown. So then are you going to the bed at the same time as Winter?
Yeah, we'll just make it even.
Okay, so 2 hours for Yakasame, and then Jupiter, you jumping right into the book when Winter
Yeah.
does. Okay,
Yeah.
2.5 for Jupiter, and then Warathon.
We just have a nice little reading party before bed.
That's 0.5. Okay. So each of you guys roll me an intelligence. Okay. And
Maybe my comprehend language is helpful.
could be. And okay. So we will pick up as you guys all go to sleep after your nice reading. I can kind of let you know how those reading sessions went and what you learned with the time that you spent. And then we'll see if you guys have a peaceful night or not. You know what we could do? We could have one of you guys roll me a good night's sleep survival check real quick.
Nah.
Sure.
Damn.
Let's see.
Damn. Okay. We got a flaccid 20 for sleep. Okay. All right. Any other stuff you guys want to check off or note before we end tonight's session?
I think that's about it, right?
Yeah, that's the same for me.
Cool. So I do have not a demand, but a mild request slash offer. If you guys are up to it for a few minutes, I'd love some feedback on this session. Highlights, things you liked, things you didn't like, wish would have changed. If you guys have capacity or interest for that. If you want to go, you're welcome to totally go. No big deal.
The
I mean, I
impromptu
really
RO
enjoyed it.
session was great.
Yeah.
All of it was great, honestly.
I did not expect Leonardo and Ariel, or whatever, to have any sort of connection. So that
I
was
think
all
it's awesome.
amazing. Yeah. Same. That
I
came out, it was
literally,
great.
I messaged Gats before the session and I was like, "Oh yeah, hey, so like, yeah, there's this white fox." Da da da. He's like, "Dude, you have no fucking idea how perfect this is."
Dude, and I was literally just like randomly like, Leonardo shows up in situations like this where there may be treasure. This felt like a treasure room that got robbed. I was like, maybe there's some secret stash or something. Maybe I can look for Leonardo. Turns into that.
Sweet.
That was
I
cool.
dug it, honestly.
Yeah.
Figuring out my character, even though I know nothing about him, it's kind of tight.
That's what I mean. I like to play through and figure out the character. You never know how your character can turn out.
I want to make him a god of the universe.
And then Winter Bamboozled. What about you?
I really enjoyed the Renat one fiasco.
That was
Like,
ridiculous.
That was it was like struggling to open a door. It was pretty funny.
It was.
The
final
worst,
boss of the session.
the worst natural one thing that a player improved, because a lot of times it's fun to throw it back in the player's face, like, what do you do? That I witnessed, which it made my eyes roll super hard. A person I was playing with, they walked into walked into a room filled with taxidermy animals. Then they all came alive with necromancy, and for some reason, they rolled to open and close the door behind them, and they just opened the door and closed it without leaving the room and locked it. That was their idea. I was like, that's a terrible fucking plan. Why did you say that? We don't even know you're in there. You're gonna die.
He's the Kingsman, dude. He's in the bar, he just locks the door.
Yeah, except for then they got fucked up. So
Yeah.
I love that. I just imagine
Oh,
opens the door, walks in, closes it.
J-Book,
Oh,
you've
this
played
is
with
not
this
like
person
that.
before. Guess who did that?
Paul?
No.
No.
Who would do that?
Teresa, I would
Yes,
assume. But oh
fucking
god.
Teresa. They're like, you go through the door. No, I want to roll. Okay.
Okay.
Well, roll to open the door, I guess. You rolled a 1. Oh, well, yeah, I accidentally locked myself in the room with the taxidermy animals. Like,
You did what?
okay, you're dead. Cool.
Sweet.
What about any stuff? I know I've been practicing the last couple of sessions, like almost entirely improv with this, which is a fun challenge for me. But what about some stuff that you would have liked to be different, or any ideas you had to improve the session?
I could not have even told you it was improv. It was really good.
The only reason I know it's improv is because we didn't have maps for it.
That's true.
So like that was the only thing that tipped me off, you know. Other than that, it's all seemed like stuff that you had a pretty good idea of at least, but we just kind of went off the top with it, you know.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
mean,
good.
things like that. I mean, I thought it went pretty well overall too. Yeah.
The only thing I would say, but this is just total specifically to me and biased, is more combat. But I always want combat, so that's not like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, the maze wasn't about combat the way I had it
Exactly.
story designed. I'm sure you guys kind of got the concept of, if you go down the wrong path, the automatons come and try and flush you out or kill you.
Yeah.
So that was the idea. I think if I would have had more capacity, I definitely could have spiced the maze up a lot more to add more flavor instead of just wall murals and stuff. There could have been a lot more intricate things to explore, but I kind of just had to prioritize other things for the session.
It may be small and like stupid, but I was thinking though, like if the murals were on the floor instead of the walls as just like
That
paths
could have
to
been
walk,
cool.
like it could have simplified things too. Like we just walk that path, you know.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Something simple like that where instead of the walls, it's the same thing, just you know.
The weird thing
Guide you
about
differently.
improving something like this is, like, I have this idea of what the maze is like, but I didn't have time to really write it out and find the flaws in the way I'd convey it. Like there's all these subtle things in there, like there was a different types of bots. There was a couple bots you guys didn't interact with. And it's so weird in those situations. It's like, fuck, I would have loved to show them that, but there's no real way to do that without just being like, bleh, this happens.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like
I think
I
it was,
thought, like the giant human robot thing, like obviously it would have been sweet to do what the fuck that thing does. But at the same time, as a character and player, I'm not fucking with that thing. I'd rather not see what that thing does.
I'm pretty sure we would have died if we fought that thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or the mech dragon.
you guys should have totally picked with the mech dragon and the giant thing at the same time. It would have
No,
been great.
dude.
In that
Bro.
small room, that would have been really good.
Insta kill. It would have been instantly dead.
That might have been like a couple of rounds.
Maybe.
I don't know. Who knows? You guys might
But-
have destroyed them and then became champions of the chamber.
But that's also
What?
a good reason to like, maybe not worry about planning so much some stuff. Like those big guys, like
Mhm.
yeah, they can kill us in one shot, but we may not even fucking, mess with it.
Well, I guess there's a difference between planning and preparing.
Yeah.
Is what I like to prepare but not plan, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are gonna do.
Yeah.
There's no way. I don't even know half the time what I'm gonna make up. So, like, I was like, okay, that chute sounds fun at the end instead of just a slope. Let's make a fun chute to climb up. That sounds like it's gonna be entertaining. Yeah, fuck
Changed
it.
it.
25 feet. Yeah, climb that shit. See how it goes.
Dude, 25 feet is no joke.
It is, yeah. That's kind of tall. It's like,
I'm 25 feet in real life. That's like a house.
yeah, it's taller than telephone pole usually, the little ones. Any other things that stood out that were cool or super fun for you guys? Or any other things that ideas or feedback before we all go?
Not at the moment. I need to actually if I think about think on
Cool.
and
I
review it.
The only other thing I really thought about, I guess, during the session was like the piece of cloth. I was like, I put two and two together as a player, but then I was like, how do I get my character to like, get from A to B here?
I'll say this. When I drop heavy hints and you as a player figure that out, I
Yeah.
welcome you guys letting your character's brain click it as well. Because
Yeah.
usually what I'm trying to do is connect things in a way that the stories can twine together, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Again, if it feels wrong, if it feels like it's against your character's actions or personality, it doesn't feel right, don't do it, obviously. But if you feel like, oh, I want to say this, just say it. And if I don't like it, I'll say bullshit. Your character wouldn't know that.
Yeah, character don't know that, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Because I think I know who the old as a player. But I mean I have a question to ask, but my character wouldn't know it.
And again, if you guys want to ask questions, you can always ask them now, or you can always PM me, or just you guys can talk
Okay.
amongst yourselves in the player to player or character to character chats on Discord, whatever,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a question.
Shoot.
You can tell me whatever it is. Does the old man have any birds flying around him?
Any birds flying?
Uh-huh. Around him?
Maybe.
How many?
Not gonna say.
Yeah.
They may
Okay.
or I see that's the thing. I won't give you too much, but they may or may not
Yeah.
have birds flying around them in a particular number.
Yeah.
It could be a thing.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very interested about that storyline though now. Old man.
There's a reason I dropped it in the 0 session of the first iteration of the game.
Yeah.
Which,
that's what
if
I'm
you
saying,
guys are
that's-
curious, is on the stream. Although, the fucking streams are long as shit, and I don't request anyone have to sit through them. you're always welcome to. They're on YouTube. So, but if you want to meta and kind of, if you guys want to see some shit, Yakasame and Katsu went through some fucked up shit before they got here,
Oh yeah, some
and
fucking crazy shit.
I almost feel like the area you're in right now is so mild
Yeah.
compared to most of my game world. You're in this like little hilly spot next to this nice little hamlet. I'm just like, all right, they're gonna finish a couple things and they're gonna be out of the section. They'll get back into my dark fucking world. So don't worry, things will get darker and creepier and fucked up.
I know Yakasame's been like
considering-
joking around lately. She's like, "Yeah, this is fun."
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've already had something go in my face. I've already had something trying to cook me. Like, I've
That's
been
easy
pissed.
shit, man.
I had something in my eye already. Like, I know. Like, once you all figure out Winter's secret, be like, what the fuck? But
Who knows if you'll ever figure out Yakasame's?
probably not. You're sitting here talking to yourself. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I don't even know.
A little insight: Katsu thought she was crazy for like quite a while, like just talking to herself.
Yeah.
Huh?
So
Did we have any people watching us tonight?
I don't know. I didn't tune into it tonight just because I wanted to stay focused with how tired and shit that I am. But that's another thing. I've got a pretty good draft of a new streaming layout that I'm gonna hopefully have time to put together. Because we're not
think
gonna
that-
play next week, right? Because Bambles, you're busy, correct?
No, I can play next week.
Oh, I thought you had to work on
No,
the
it's the week after next.
20th. Oh, so you can play the 20th, but not the 27th.
As of right now, yes.
Okay. So I need to fix that in my brain.
Yeah, like I made
That's
sure
good,
to
though.
take off X amount of time. Like today was the day to make sure that I didn't have to work Saturday for.
Okay. And then after that, the idea from what you know, you'll be available every other Saturday, correct?
Yeah.
And that should be pretty damn consistent from what we think is going to happen.
I won't find out until July because we've only been told that information in June.
Okay.
What Saturday is it that you have to work?
It's
27th.
every other.
Okay,
yeah,
cool. Because I
27.
won't be here. I'll be in Oregon that Saturday too, so
Okay.
that works out.
So we'll plan on the 20th and then no game 27th, and then we'll see how your work goes. If
Next
they're
one's
gonna,
the 4th of July, though.
Yeah.
Next Saturday.
are you guys gonna be too busy to play on the 4th?
I know I will. I'll probably be at a party or something.
Dude, but the party's
have
over
no
here,
idea.
dog.
D&D party, bro.
Yeah, it's okay.
I don't know for sure. I might, but I'll let you know as we get closer.
I honestly have no idea. Probably not because I'm an old man.
I just try and keep my dogs from freaking out on the 4th at this point. So, but yeah, we'll play on the 20th, and then we'll touch base about the 4th of July weekend, and see how everybody's doing. And who knows, by that time we'll see if these new players are good fits, and maybe we'll test them out. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, we can give them a rough. Or not tomorrow, next week.
Yeah, I doubt they'll be ready in time with the pacing of these conversations. But it would actually fit really well if they could get ready by the 20th, because I have a perfect place to introduce them. Otherwise, I'll have to make another intro point. Like, literally a perfect place to introduce them.
Did you? Are you talking about that one chick that I introduced you to?
Them, and then also a guy, actually the person who introduced me to D&D in middle school. We just reconnected a couple days ago, and he's like, holy shit, you're GM. I'm like, yep. He's like, I haven't played D&D in forever. I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. He's like, can I join your game? I'm like, I'm gonna interview you like you're a stranger, so we'll see.
Yeah.
And we've been doing that. So
If you want, like, how does she seem? Does she seem nervous or something like that?
She's a bit nervous. I we've only had like she's like hi, basically, and then I said hey yeah you're mentioned, um, like if you're a good fit then you can totally join. I want to get to know about you, gaming style, stuff like that. What questions you got? She nervously responded like I've only played D&D a couple times. Super Green. I haven't watched all the YouTube yet. I'm like, yeah, you don't need to do that. Like, if you do want to watch YouTube, tune into season 2, which is the current party. Being green's fine. Don't worry about it. Got any questions, or you want me to give you a blurb about the campaign? And then she said, blurb, please. And I sent that, and there's been no response. So basically, not very much communication yet.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Okay.
Wait, so you guys didn't all watch every single episode?
I assume they probably have not watched like
I didn't watch
hardly.
season 1.
I just fucking.
Yeah, I was like,
That's so many hours, dude. many
Reason
hours.
being is that my character doesn't know you all, so why should I?
Right, exactly. Yeah, easier. I feel like.
I'd say though, after some time's passed, if you ever want some background noise while you're doing something, it's kind of fun to listen to. Some of it's pretty fucked up, but you know.
There's an arc in it that I would recommend in the forest.
The arc where it starts with Katsu falling down a hill.
Yeah.
That
If you-
is.
I don't know, DM, whatever episode that is, right there. If I were to recommend any path.
I can very quickly pull that up.
Yeah,
I
if
think
you
it's
put
just
that
called
link
like
in,
Into the Forest,
Yeah.
probably.
yeah, if you can put that link in the oh, that's it. I mean, yeah, I'll just find it.
Yeah, just give me a sec here. Bane of the Ancients D&D. I wonder if I could get if I started playing my own video if I get hit with a copyright strike.
Oh,
Probably.
But yeah, it's a question. Would
Yeah, don't
them
do that.
watching that ruin Yakuza?
Kind
I'll
of,
find it.
but at the same time, I think it was a kind of visceral, but also kind of vague, if that
Yeah,
makes sense.
It wasn't. It'd be alright.
Yeah. Now I don't remember if it was Time for Rest or Shortcut to a Wedding, where it started. I think it was probably Shortcut to a Wedding.
Yeah, probably
Well,
the main. Yeah. Because we started the session going in, I think.
Yeah. So it's either the end of session 5 or the beginning of session 6. And I'll put the playlist in Discord, so that it's.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch that.
now
It-
the one thing that I am gonna ask though is, can I have a better idea about where our characters are going as a player? Because I'm cross class into something at level 7, I think, or level 8,
Yeah.
and
Oh, go ahead.
well, I'm pretty sure I want to cross class either into a wizard or something, depending on what is going on over.
Let's just say I'm curious how the next session is going to go, and I think that'll be a tell.
Okay.
And there's also, if depending on how next session goes and how you feel about it, if you kind of describe to me what you're going for, I can check some of the third-party stuff that I have that's play tested to see if something meshes even better than a classic, more vanilla class. But I hear you.
Yeah, because it really just depends on how it.
I think
You
I feel
know.
like up to this point we haven't really had like a real session even. Like we've done side quest stuff for our sessions and gotten like the party to know each other and stuff. feel like maybe the
Um,
next session or two are going to be like real story driven. Hit some mark.
as a player standpoint, this is actually following my story as of right now.
Oh, well, in that case.
That's what's fun
But
about it. It's
I think
you all have stories for each character. Right now, it's not overlapping a ton with you in a Warthon, but
yeah,
it will.
right.
Um, right now, it's mainly winter and a bit of Jupiter, and there's more things intertwined than you guys realize. That's another thing that's
Right.
fun.
But like we've done like a maze and we've like talked to goblins, is what I mean.
Yeah,
We haven't like really had a real session of like going on an adventure, crazy one or
overcoming a
anything.
huge
Yeah,
obstacle. Yeah.
that's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're getting closer to that.
Things be building.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially with how it's going right now with my character personally.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can just talk, as a player,
Yeah.
and everything like that.
Always.
Um, with like the way everything's going, it's kind of leaning to me getting more arcane study and
Yeah.
getting a bond, which may lead me to cross class into a wizard.
Yeah. It was seeming. Doesn't wizard have like a dragonborn sort of thing or ancestral power, something like
That's a sorcerer.
Sorcerer, but
that?
that's a bit different than like a
Wizard.
sorcerer is born with it,
Yeah.
whereas a wizard bonds
Learns it.
more with it. And most arcane, I don't know about most, but a lot of arcane magic is derived from draconic origins too.
Yeah.
A lot of it, not all of it.
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely seems like you're heading down that Arcana path, though. Dragons and stuff.
Yeah, and that's just where it gets a little bit weird with him because with Winter, he can cross class into two things, and that's it. And that's a wizard and what else?
Why can he only multi-class with a couple classes?
Because of his stats.
He has
Yeah, because he has.
he's pretty min maxed, so it kind of limits the multi classing.
Wizard, would you be rocking intelligence?
Yeah, because
What?
you're strength intelligence, right? For the
Strength
most part.
Yeah, with Constitution being my third.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But oh, fuck.
What is that?
I think your
What
mic
is
broke,
that?
dude.
J-Buck, your mic's going crazy.
That's your mic, dude.
I think it's yours, Bamboozle. I can hear J-Buck fine.
J-Buck, your mic is going wild.
Here, let's all
I don't think it's mine.
let's if you can, Bamboozle, can you hear me? Hello. Let's I'm gonna leave the recording and come back in.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Is that better?
I think we're back,
Yeah.
but I think
Yeah.
his.
I'm like, it's not me.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know what happened, but J-Buck's mic was going wild on my end.
I think it was weird. I think it was maybe Discord then, because like
Yeah.
you heard J-Book weird and I heard you weird.
And I heard you weird.
Yeah. Oh well, it's fixed for the minute.
Yeah.
Um,
Anyways,
That
what
really
you're
hurt my ear.
saying. I know. Me
It
too. I was like, ow.
it sounded like you turned your mic into like a fucking hair trimmer or something.
Yeah.
It's like, I was like, okay.
That's what I heard too.
Um,
The only really cross class in he a barbarian.
Yeah, that could be good though too. Because you're pretty
So,
beefy, man.
so it's the question of, are you going more magic or tank?
Yeah.
Or you can max out Eldritch Knight if you wanted to as well. But, you know.
Or I could max out Eldritch Knight, which in itself is pretty fucking insane.
Yep.
Well, the way I always kind of look at it is like I look at the last like 5 or 6 classes of a certain class, and I'm like, do I really need those? And then if I don't, then I'm like, okay, maybe I can grab a couple extra classes. You know.
Well, it would only be 3 levels into either one.
And what do you get for
That's the
Eldritch
thing.
Knight? Like 17, 18, or 18, 19, 20?
Let
That
me
you can kind
look
of
real
weigh.
quick.
You think it'd be worth it?
1 second.
Yeah, you're fine.
Because Eldritch Knight gets some pretty badass stuff, I think, right?
Yeah, they do.
They do, and it kind of falls off.
It happens with a lot of fight. I think most the fighter builds, they're really good for the first 10 to 15, depending on how far you push them. But it's good to throw something else in there, whether it's like a warlock fighter, wizard fighter, barb fighter, rogue fighter.
Well, and that's the other
Because with
part
a
too.
wizard fighter, you can go into some crazy fucking things,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and you can do that only 2 levels. And once that happens, oh, you can do some weird shit because
I was gonna say that's
you
the
get
other
arcane
thing though.
recovery, and you can do at level 2 you get to pick a school, and I can actually even be more tanky, cross-classing in the wizard with war magic
Yep.
at level 2. For instance, when you are hit by an attack or you fail a saving throw, you can use your reaction to gain a +2 bonus to your AC against that attack, or a +4 bonus to that saving throw.
That's a lot.
Yeah. We usually got you up front.
Yeah,
I mean, you're definitely
and
the tank, for sure.
Yeah. For sure.
and that gets pretty crazy, man. And you
The other
also get
part of it is
tactical wit.
though, is like magic wise, like Jakusame does a lot of magic, Jupiter does a lot of magic. I don't know how much, you know, we want to pile up
Well,
on that, but
I
like
can
you
give
said,
myself a
going that
bonus
gets you
to my
pretty
initiative rolls
geeky.
with my intelligence modifier.
Yeah, that too. Fuck yeah.
So on top of my dex and everything else, I can give my intelligence bonus to that.
That would
It
be
gets pretty wild.
pretty sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
And then the only thing you get after level 18 with a fighter is an ability score improvement and an extra attack. That's it.
So you could get
Extra attack would be cool, but
one more swing and either a feat or a couple points.
you got to think
Yeah.
too. Once you have like multi attack or something, so like you can use that as an attack. So you basically get another multi attack.
You get one more swing per round, is all.
Yeah, that's it.
But I mean,
So-
if you have like multi attack as a fighter, right?
Yeah,
No, you get
you'll already have multi attack, and then you'll just get better multi attack at level 20.
yeah, that's it. You get
I think you go. What is it? 3 to 4 swings.
you get 4 swings at level 20.
Yeah. So you're already at 3 swings at level 20. That's one more swing for an attack action. Now that's nice, but at that
I thought
stage,
it was like
no,
I
it's
thought-
not. It's not like a whole other attack action. It's just another
Yeah.
swing. Like it's the same as like your Eldritch Blast. Say you go from 3 shots up to 4. That's essentially what it is.
The best thing he gets is improved war magic
Yeah.
at level 18, and that's it. Everything else is meh.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like you might as well go in a different class.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why
The Gish and the Gish is always rewarded.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
which is why I'm pretty sure it's gonna be wizard. because I'll also get another proficiency,
Hmm.
depending on you,
Yeah,
GM, if you allow it.
I probably will.
Um,
I'll take a look at it and refresh my memory. But would you be getting that proficiency at level 6 or 7? Is it right when you multi-class? I can't remember off the top of my head with that proficiency bonus. I will figure it out later. Don't worry about it right
yeah.
now. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to bed because I've crashed officially, and I need to go.
I'm
Well, actually, I'm
tired
not
as
going to
fuck.
bed. I'm going to go juggle a baby for however many hours my wife needs to sleep.
Dude, that is dangerous, man.
No, deck saves, dude. Sleight of
X
hand.
days. Acrobatics all night.
Yes, sirs. Well,
All
I
right. Well, good
appreciate
night,
the
fellas.
feedback, and I had a really fun time. Have a good night, guys. See you hopefully next Saturday.
All right.
Yeah.
Peace out, guys.
You'll be good.